take a trip. It make you holler, it make you shout. Come along with me, we're tripping now. Now listen, girls, and listen, boys. These little things, they ain't no toys. They are for real, know what I mean. They make you holler, they make you shout. Come on, baby, we'll trip on out.
Oh fuck, y'all! I am very sorry. I put on there that the time was subject to change because I kind of knew this could happen, and it did, but I didn't really think it would. My appointment took way longer than it should, and then I realized that I left. My regular phone is fucked up, so I can't go live on it. I don't know why. Um, I realized I left my other phone at home. So I had to grab it, come out here to where I have a signal strong enough to go live on, and blah, blah, blah. I got a million excuses, but I'm the guy that's 5 to 15 minutes early for everything. So when I'm late, I take it way more personally than when somebody else is late for anything. Okay. Man, dude, y'all, I saw you messaging me. I saw some of your messages, but I've been driving and I didn't want to take the time to. So I'm sorry. Yes, I know that I'm late and I do apologize, but everything's fine. I do have something to tell you about little fucker. I'll do that right quick, but first I'll say some hellos. What's going on, Warbot? And I don't even know if you guys are still in here. If I don't, I wouldn't blame you if you just walk up and be like, fuck that guy. And no, and I'm not trying to pull an Edward either. I know why he does that, but I'm not going to tell you. All right, Warbot, what's up, White Claw? What's up, Jamie? How you doing? What's up, Trust No One? What's up, Cat Eyes? Hey, Shauna. What is up, Melinda? Man, I got all the pretty ladies in here right now. What's up, Sarah Luco? Yeah, I got to talk about something else too. Let's see, who did I miss? What's up, Mr. Jason, Dr. Mortician? I still want to have you up here. What's up, Jameson? Bill is now Jeff, and no, sir, no Jeff in here. But I was Jeffing before Jeff was Jeffing. So sometimes I say things just to piss off idiots, and it works every time, even though they know I'm doing it. So yes, I do that. Nothing to expose. I can show you my dick. What is up, Mr. Jeff Kameny? I say something about Jeff Kameny here. Is I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but he's moving his way up through the ranks. Before you know it, he's going to be sitting next to me on the bench, and y'all going to have to move down. What is up, Ronnie? Oh, let's see here. What's up, Freya? Mandingo. Mandingo, you can't make sense of a senseless society. It's just not. When you don't think like they do, you just can't make sense of it. So I'm sorry. What is up, Dead Twist? Oh, Mr. Anthony Cruz, what's going on? What's up, Kenny? Oh, hey, we got a celebrity here, Kenny G. I hate your music, but I respect your talent. Who attacked JFK? I don't. I just know that it happened, and I guess they lied about her. They lie about everybody, which is part of what I'm going to talk about. But I don't know. I don't know what was said. All I know is that she got attacked, but I have no details on that. What is up, Tile Fellowship Exposed? Did Tommy lose a CPP new channel already? You know what? I knew that he lost, his wife's channel and lost that. And then I guess he's lost 2 more channels since then, but I don't know what they were called, or I just know that, and that's something else I was going to talk about, but I'll just talk about it now. Is I saw a video like 6 or 8 months ago this dude had a big channel. I don't remember how big, like 300,000 subscribers. He got nuked. I don't know why. And then he started using his backup channel, and then it got nuked. And he started another channel, it got nuked. So he started going on his friends' channels as a guest, and they started getting nuked just for having him on there. So sometimes YouTube does ban people, and they probably, I don't know, but they probably like put your voice in the algorithm. Damn, I'm losing my voice. They probably put your voice in an algorithm or some shit and find you. So, like, if you have Tommy on as a guest, just be careful. Just let it be known that you could be nuked also. Oh, but it sounds like that's what's going on. I don't really know. Tommy's down bad, yeah. Look, you know what? I don't want any catching channel to be taken down as much as I can't stand Tommy. And I don't give a fuck about his bullshit chit chat. Which, by the way, the only people where I'm from that say chit chat are grandmothers and gay guys. I don't know which one he is, but like nobody says chit chat. It just sounds gay as hell. But anyway, that's besides the point. What's up, soft ass feelings? I'm sorry if I miss anybody. I'm way the fuck behind. What did you win? I got something for you, Pat Con, but I don't think you want me to show it in front of all these people. Yeah, and I don't know. What's up, Kodiak? Good to see you. And I don't know anything about people's locals or, I just, the shit's so spread out, man. I can't follow it anymore. Who are we exposing today? The truth, my man. Nanya, let's get it, bitches. Yeah, let's get it. Because you're full of shit too, Nanya. Remember when Savvy said she would watch, never watch Bill ever again? Yes, a few people have done that. In fact, Mandingo tried to cancel me, and he's here. I knew he'd be back. Actually, there's a few people in here that tried to cancel me. Sorry, suckers. Didn't work. You're surprised channels with Alex on them have been nuked. Yeah, me too. I'm just waiting for the day that, what is it, South Texas and the original NVCap channel. I'm very surprised that they're still up, to be honest with you, because the YouTube cronies do have a hard on for Alex as well. All right, fuck, man. I'm just gonna have to fast forward through all this shit because if you said anything to me that you wanted a response on, I'm sorry. I'm just passing it all up. I only have views because I'm baiting. Sister. Yeah. Nanya, you and me are not the same. And I'm still waiting on that proof. And I don't want to say the name, but if you're talking about the woman that I did say I would dox, but I never really did. I did that because she was doxing other people, and I've already said. In fact, I fucking put our messages up a long time ago. She was one of the few phone calls that I ever recorded, like 2.5, 3 years ago on Locksmith's channel. She was lying back then. I played a phone call between us that proved she was lying. A lot of, anybody that was around back then heard it. See, that's the thing. You guys are rehashing old shit that's already been settled. And the people that lost are trying it again for a different outcome. And I promise you that they are filling your heads full of shit. I mean, people that have actually been around for a while, we've all this shit they're talking about now, it's already been done. And now they've got these hangers on that are mad at me because I cut them loose are now hanging on to them. The same people that fucking backed me up on this shit with the same screenshots. They're pissed off because I took their wrenches and just don't want to talk to them anymore. And now all of a sudden, look. I mean, anybody that's actually been here knows what the fuck I'm talking about. And we're going to get into some more of that shit too, because I mean, like, I used to be way more active in this shit than I used to be, right? Like, I ran a shit ton of catchers Discords back when Discord was fun. And I started handing them all off to other people because I didn't want to do it anymore. So I ran a few catchers Discords, and I had a few just fun ones that were just mine, and I gave them all away. And then my account got nuked along with everybody else's when they nuked all the catchers channels. So I did lose a lot of proof of things there because I had a lot of shit on Discord. But I got nuked because I was, at that point, I wasn't the owner anymore, but I was still a moderator. My personal account got nuked because all those accounts got nuked, and I was a mod there. Fuck, I was second in command in Tommy's first Discord, and that's where I learned how to do this shit. That's the thing. You get people that want this attention and go after people based on fucking bullshit that's already been done. And yeah. And it's all about views. That's all it is. So it's all about attention. You're not a cake. I never said you were. Now, here's what I really wanted to talk about, and I extended the offer for one of them to come up here, but I don't think she's going to. She's a bit shy. She fucking hardly ever chats anyway. Like a couple of years ago, when this shit really started to get stupid like it is now, I mean, and that's why I was leaving, because I could see all this shit coming. I knew it was going to happen, and that's why I wanted out. But now people talk about, yes, we're doing this to save the community, for the community. The actual pred catching community doesn't give a fuck about us, because there's only, what, a few hundred that watch this shit, and there's over 100,000 subscribers to the catchers, so we don't really mean jack shit to the community. We aren't doing anything. Except some people that like to donate a lot of money to catchers. And just recently, a couple of years ago, we lost a pretty valuable asset. Now, like, she never took public credit for anything, but like, she could run plates for us. She could get like the actual real background checks, not the fucking bullshit truth finder that we use. She was getting all this shit for us. And when this shit started getting, she was embarrassed by all of this. And frankly, I am too, even though I'm a part of it. I'm not saying I'm not. So, and everybody that they're trying to cancel, they're not going anywhere. They're not, you can't cancel somebody unless they consent to it. So in the process, what's happening is you're running off good people that are assets. And now there's been another one. Like, nobody attacked her. Actually, there's been two lately, because one of them, there are actually two that could run plates for us, and they're both not going to do it anymore. And at least two of the three I know have donated a lot of money to catchers, which that's gone down too. And the third one I don't really know, but yeah, and I'm responsible too. So all this shit that's being done for views and attention and control over something that doesn't really exist, at the end of the day, it's doing more harm than good. no, I'll pay attention to the comment section. And I know I forgot to say some shit, but it'll come to me. And if anybody wants to challenge me or tell their side or tell what they know, you're welcome to. The link should be pinned. If not, let me know. Why are people still targeting people? It's because they got nothing else. It's the only way they can get attention. If you do a stream on fucking okay, cats. If you do a stream just on cats, fucking nobody watches. But if you target somebody and go after them, even though they haven't really done anything necessarily, yeah, sometimes shit does need to have attention called to it or whatever. But to do fucking stream after stream about it for 2 weeks about people that don't even have their own channel to defend themselves, yeah. Fuck, I know I forgot to say some shit. Can you get the little fucker update? Yes. Oh gosh. I had an appointment for him Tuesday, but he fucking disappeared. I think he knew. So I had to reschedule it, and I took him in Thursday. The doctor, or the vet, I should say, she confirmed that it is a bullet hole. And she gave him some antibiotics and stuff, but the hole is so big, there's nothing to pull together a stitch up, and there's bone gone. She said the same thing I did. The bullet went through like the way the holes line up. It should have severed his spinal cord. But when he's out running around, you really can't even tell there's anything wrong with him, and it blew part of his lower jaw out. Oh god damn it! I can't believe I'm this fucking emotional over a goddamn cat. There's nothing that she can do about it because there's not enough tissue like sewed together, and she has no way of like replacing the bone. So there's really not a whole lot we can do. She said that there are vets that like specialized in cat or animal cosmetic surgery, but you're talking about thousands of dollars. He's able. He can eat normally. He can drink normally. Like the way it looks, like you would think that water would just fall out of his mouth when he eats, but it doesn't. She said that as long as he's able to live normally, just let him live. And if things get too bad, then like if he's suffering, well, I mean, I think you know the answer to that. It's she said that it's like he didn't really have any infection, but she gave him antibiotics anyway. But I can't. I did show. There's a short that does show the wound a little bit, but I've got better pictures of it that I probably can't put on YouTube. If anybody wants to see what I'm talking about, you can hit me up and I'll send you the pictures. But yeah, where the bullet went in, there's just a tiny little hole. But where it came out, like I'm pretty sure it was a 22 hollow point because I do know a little bit about ballistics and I've hunted enough small game with hollow point 22s that I know what the wounds look like. And that's exactly what it looks like. He's got a very small entrance wound, and then it kind of went through his upper chest and neck and blew out like half of his bottom jaw. That the exit wound did a lot more damage than the entrance wound. And if you look at it close, it's a perfectly round hole, and you can tell that it was something that came out and not went in. So, and it's perfectly round. All right. Sorry, guys. I've not been reading. Yeah, of course I'll keep an eye on him. He keeps an eye on me. You know, whenever I come out here, like he runs straight up. He always has ever since he was tiny. But yeah, I'll do the best I can for him. Danielle, I don't know. He's a tomcat, you know, and he's a year old this month. We might have a birthday party for him. He does take off for days at a time, like tomcats do, and I don't know if some asshole neighbor didn't want him on their property or whatever. Like if somebody has chickens or something, like our cats don't really bother with chickens, but sometimes, you know, like if somebody had chickens or something and he was there, they might have shot him for that. It could have been somebody off the road. If he was walking down the road, you know what I mean? I don't know. But tell you what, if I ever find out, we're gonna have words. I doubt it'll ever happen though. Yeah, you're right. Soft ass feelings. Little fucker's not my cat. I'm his human. He picked me. I don't really even like cats, but I don't know something about him. You know, Kenny G. He's 1 year old this month. I don't remember the exact day, but he's 1 year old, and he's been through hell. He's used up 3 or 4 of his 9 lives already. Why is non-union clowns against you? I don't know. Well, I mean, I do know. Why are they attacking the OGs of the community? Look, um, it comes down to people just wanting to control shit, and they thought they had a soft target here. You know, just pay attention. I mean, I haven't even started fighting back. They fucking lie about me constantly, and I usually don't even say anything. I just don't feel like fucking with it anymore. Like I don't hardly watch anything. You know, people tell me what's going on, but I just don't want to fuck with it anymore. But at the same time, I'm not gonna disappear and let them think that it was because of them. I might get a wild hair up my ass one day, and I mean, yeah, the OGs have seen me go on the offensive, and I'm not bragging, but I've never lost at the end of the day. Sometimes it takes a year, but so I haven't even started fighting back. Not really. There are so many new people that just don't know what happened. You know, they just weren't here, so it's not really their fault. And they hear shit on panels, and your inclination when you hear it on a panel is to believe it, even if there's no evidence. But yeah, they're going over old shit that was settled 2 years ago, and the people that got taken down, so to speak, didn't like the outcome. So now they have a whole batch of new people to try to convince. And the shit's already been done. Like one of the people I know they're talking about, I'm not going to say her name, but she was doxing other people. So somebody gave me her information and I went to her. I've already posted all these messages. I don't know. They might still be up on the Dramagram. I'm not sure. Oh man, I don't know. But I posted all of her messages like a long time ago. Plus, I played our one of the very few phone calls that I ever recorded. Like I don't really record all my phone calls like people say I do. I only do it when I know it's going to be necessary. And I had already had a phone call with her, and I knew she was lying her ass off. And I didn't record that one because I didn't know I had to. But I recorded our second phone call. I don't think I have it anymore, but it was played on Locksmith's panel, you know, and it proved that she lied. And then I got a couple of more that we kind of had. I don't know. If you, I don't know. I, hmm, I don't even know what to call it, you know. But I've always made very clear that I don't do long distance relationships, and I don't do real um, internet romance. I flirt, I talk, you know, people know how I am. And I legitimately do care about, actually, most of them. I really do care about most of them. But sometimes, like, they'll think that it's no secret that I talk to a lot of females. And if they're down, we'll talk a certain way. If they're not into it, then I don't care. We still talk. Um, but sometimes, and maybe it's my fault. Maybe, well, all right, some of it is my fault. I never intended to lead anybody on. That was never my intention. But sometimes they would think that we were more than what we actually were, and shit would go south because, man, it's a hard thing to explain. I'm certainly not trying to throw shade on anybody. Um, yeah, so that kind of thing has happened. You know, and there have been a few that I really started to care about. Um, but they just needed somebody to lean on for a while and then, go back to whatever it was they were doing. And, I legitimately care about them, but we just stopped talking. And the way I see it is that they just needed somebody to lean on for a while, and they leaned on me, and they don't need me anymore. So, and I'm fine with that. Now, if I've got that wrong, and I don't know, like there was no blow up or anything, we just kind of stopped talking. And I don't know if I've got that wrong, and if you're listening, you can hit me up. But that's how I see it. You know, no shade, no hate. I still give a shit about you. Yeah, Kodiak, I don't flirt with you because one, because you have a boyfriend, and two, because I'm pretty sure you would kick my ass. I don't flirt with people that can beat me up. Yeah, I don't. If they don't, I'm not capping, but most of the time, females hit me up. Not all the time. Like if there's like business or whatever we got to take care of, sometimes I'll hit them up first. But most of the time, like when it's casual, they hit me up first, and I kind of wait. I don't just. I just kind of wait to see. Or if we've already flirted like in chats or whatever, then yeah, whatever. But like I don't just do it without knowing, And so maybe I'll test the waters a little bit. But if it don't seem like they're about it, I back the fuck off immediately. Bill's DMs are flooded with prawn stars. Yeah, oh yeah. Danielle, that that was not a challenge. So anyway, yeah, and sometimes what people like to do is they like to show like just part of our conversation, to make it look a certain way. Um, but if they want to play that game, I can. I really don't want to, which is why I haven't. You know, um, but it would cause if I showed everything, it would. Well, I don't give a shit about me. I don't give a fuck what people think about me. But it would cause problems for other people, and I don't feel already dragged. I don't know what you're talking about, Wolfpack. I'm lost too. I know that what I just said didn't make sense to a lot of people, but there are people listening that know what I'm talking about, and that was really just meant for them. I don't. If I said too much more, it would give away who they are, and I'm not trying to, cause them problems. Yeah. Thank you. There you go. There's been a few ladies in here say that I've always been respectful to them, and that they hit me up first. And in like people, like when people need help, I still have people coming to me for help quite a bit, and I don't run and make a fucking panel out of it most of the time unless I have to. People want to make a live stream out of everything because they don't have the creativity to talk about anything else, so they have to use that to get people to watch. Thank you, Seth. So don't you do that enough with Ed? I must have missed something, man. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh shit! Now we got screenshots flying around already. I knew this would end in tragedy because it always does. What the fuck else was I going to talk about? Okay. Speaking of people that ask me for help, there is we had. Okay, how do I say this? Um, Somebody from this community. She's been around a long time. She's a very sweet person. She has a stalker, like an in real life stalker that has found her here, and I guess they're starting to start shit about her. I got to talk to her and see if I can give her real name to like just a handful of people of mods that I trust for other channels to delete certain shit because um, this stalker has found her community here and is trying to dox her and doing all kinds of nasty shit. If it comes down to it, I'll ask everybody if they would, if they're even capable of, like, setting all of our differences aside and taking this motherfucker out when they show up into your chats. I mean, it's like a real life situation, and they have found her here. Yeah, I mean, like Sabby and I never flirted. I know we've been. I think some people have told Locksmith. I mean, like on panels and shit, we joked around, absolutely. But like privately, um, you know, there was just it was our stuff was always usually about business or whatever, drama, business. But yeah, we never were like that in DMs. Nanya says what? Hey, okay, apparently I missed something. Y'all, you can't accuse people of anything like that without fucking proof. So if somebody said, I don't give a fuck if you said it, who you said it about, you can't. That's one thing that you can't accuse people of here without proof. So um, if it hasn't been done already, somebody can take that comment out. What else was there? Man, I know I forgot to say a bunch of shit, but Nanya is live. Of course she is. She'll probably replay my stream. Oh, by the way, nobody's allowed to show this one without my permission. Just saying. Even if I gave you permission already, nah, it's over. A mod said that? Damn it. Okay, I don't have any super mods either, so. But yeah, you guys, you can't, I don't care who it is, you can't accuse somebody of anything to do with kids unless you got proof. Don't know Nanya and you're not subscribed. I turned off notifications for her a long time ago. I'm still a sub, I think. But did Cat Reed return the donations to the boot pot? I have no idea, clown. I really don't know. I know I was sent. Man, I don't know if I still have it or not, but I guess one of her customers at the bar she works at gave her $1,000 for it, and like she said that out of her own mouth. But I have no idea. Like, I don't know what's going on with all that. I don't watch hardly anything, so. But I mean, like, if it all went to Bupac's family, then there's no, I don't know, but I can't tell you if it did or not. The mod was asking for evidence. Yeah, okay, yeah, I saw that part. I just didn't see the original comment. Okay, all right, yeah, y'all. That's one thing you can't say about people if you don't have proof. All right, okay, I guess. All right, Sarah Luco. I didn't know if you wanted your name out public or not, but yeah, Sarah Luco is the one being stalked, and she is being stalked by a female. The rest is none of your goddamn business. Yeah, Colvick, it should. I mean, if it all went to the family, then there's no problem. Oh, you went to the funeral, Cole? Yeah, Sarah Luca was an OG. Back in the day, she used to do a lot around here, but she had to take care of her mother that passed away, and like she hadn't been around for a while, so a lot of people don't know who she is. Dude, it's just as scary being stalked by a female. Man, this is gonna make me sound like another fucking braggart, but I've had, I mean, not from here, but I've had female stalkers, man, and like when I would tell people about it, they'd be like, oh, that's cool, man. She must really want you. No, it is not cool. It is fucking scary because, I mean, come home and you find your pet bunny rabbit on the stove. You know what I mean? Shit like that happens. Um, I and then like when you start dating a different girl, then like they do shit to them. It's not fucking flattering. I mean, I had one, and I would never do this now. I mean, I was like, I don't know, 20 years old when this happened, but and I would handle it differently now. But um, girl, I wasn't even with her all that long, a couple of months, and I decided she was too fucking crazy, so I broke up with her. And she said, "Well, if you," and we were in my apartment. She said, "If you break up with me, I'll kill myself." I'm like, okay. And I always slept with a 45 next to my bed, so I racked around, or no, I actually popped the magazine down and racked around on an empty chamber, and then slid the magazine back in. So it was technically loaded. It just didn't have a round in the chamber. I handed her the gun and told her to be dead or be gone when I get back, and I left. Now, luckily she was gone, but what would I have done if she fucking killed herself, man? I would never do that now, you know? So yeah, if y'all see that stalker, if you're modded, just please take her out. I don't know, she could be listening now. Well, I'll tell you what, the numbers mean more to Nanya than they do me. Now, if I really wanted to be a dick, well, I shut off notifications for her a long time ago, but if I really wanted to be a dick, I could start going live every time she goes live, and she ain't gonna like that. I just might do it. Fuck, I might just go live and leave the phone if I don't feel like actually being there. Hey, Sarah Luco, would you post? I missed it earlier on. Just put the name, uh, the screen name, or whatever names you want blocked. If you would, just put that by itself in a comment, and then I'll put it up here on the screen so people know. Klaus Nyholm, long time no see. Huh? Was that your name before? Dude, in all honesty, I've had a lot of concussions, and it fucks with my memory. And names is something that I have a lot of trouble with. So if I don't remember your name, then I do apologize. But it doesn't mean that I don't really know you. His nostrils are shaped like Karl Marx's penis. Oh my gosh. Okay, it's Heather Morgan 7121. If y'all see that channel and you're modded, just fucking take it out immediately. I don't care where you're at. She'll probably have a dozen fucking troll accounts. Remember, y'all, like when you see a dox, just get rid of it quietly. Don't say, "Oh, there's a dox," because that just draws attention to it, and people will go back and look. Just screenshot it because we really do want to build records. Anytime you're being stalked, you always want to keep a log of everything that happens with a date and time and what happened. Always write everything down because if you have to go to court and you have that, it'll really help you. She has to come here to be, yeah. That's the thing. That's why, like, sometimes I release a lot of dirt on Instagram because on here, I can't tell who's watching. But on Instagram, you can. So, like, I've been dropping some of the really nasty dirt on Instagram. If I don't want it to wind up on the panel channel, because there I can see who's watching and I can get rid of them. All gag gang. Damn, Danielle, I knew I liked you. Oh yeah. I've said a bunch of times that like I didn't really know if Danielle was real or not, but I really liked talking to her. And I made comments about her maybe not being real a bunch of times, and I have recently discovered that I was wrong. She is real. She is an actual female. I know because I lifted up her tail and I looked. So yeah. Can add her to the ban list on YouTube Studio or whatever. Oh, really? Okay. As you can see, I'm not a consummate YouTuber. The thing is, though, I think it would be better to go ahead and let her try it. That way we know if she's trying it or not. You know what I mean? Just let her show up and ban her then. Yeah, Danielle, I don't really give a shit if you're a dude or not. I wouldn't care unless we're actually going to meet. Then I might give a shit. You must ball check her. She's not responsible. Oh shit. What did you miss? Oh man, I really don't want to repeat all of it. Right now, I'm just stalling because I know there's something I forgot to say that was very important, but it'll come to me. I'm open-minded. I'm open-minded to a degree. um, I don't let boys or former boys play with my junk. Yeah. The reason I know Danielle is actually a female is because she ordered a ball gag and she ordered a woman's. So that's how I know. Although I guess I don't know if it was actually for her. I don't know. The only one she found is Frog. Oh, does Frogger have a channel? I didn't know that. Okay, I have to check that out. Um, the thing is, though, is YouTube doesn't tell you about every time. Actually, after I got 1,000 subs, it has not told me about anybody. But it doesn't show you every single person that subscribes. Um, like it messages you once in a while and says, "Oh, so and so sub to your channel." Um, And then like if you go to search for them on your subscribers list, if they've made their channel private, they don't show up there. So it's still possible people could be there and you not know it. Roger puts out. Okay, cool. I'll have to check that. I just didn't know that he had a channel. I'll check it out though. You said yes, I did say dog collar, but either way. All right, somebody help me out here because I know there was something else that was kind of a big deal I was supposed to talk about. Hold on, let me grab my other phone real quick. Fuck, I don't know. Man, Nanya really, for a woman that thinks she's so fucking well liked, she really has a lot of haters. And then you have people. I can't remember if I said this or not, but I've gotten a few messages lately that the only reason people are kissing up to her is because they either want a wrench or they don't want to lose their wrench. You know what I mean? And I think it's pretty gross that when people use wrenches to control people, I think that's pretty sick. You're quitting smoking on Sunday, that's awesome. I wish I could. You have the meds, the patches, the gum. Yeah, you got it. That's the thing is like I think I gave most of it to Tikoi, but I was taking fuck what's that shit called? Damn it! All right, it'll come to me. But I was taking some shit, and you take this stuff so that you can stop smoking, so that you don't get cancer. And then I got a letter in the mail telling me to stop taking it because it causes cancer. So you're fucked no matter what. And they took it off the market the last I knew, but so you take your chances either way. What's going on? Be kind. Do we have people from Europe here? Yeah, we have people from all over the world here. Let's talk about Stunt Kitty. Enough about the pseudo people. Well, yeah, they talk enough about themselves. Yeah, you're right. Um, I don't really have Chantix. Yes, thank you, Sabby. That's Chantix. That's what it is. Um, I don't really have a whole lot new on Stunt Kitty. Stunt Kitty has been really has been kind of depressed since Hollywood Kitty passed away. Um, I was able to record a fight between Little Fucker and the other Tomcat last night. It got pretty crazy. Right on, Jersey. That's cool. I just had part of the reason, well, the main reason why, oh no, the only reason why I was late getting this started is because I had an appointment today and they did some tests that I didn't know they were going to do and it took longer. Um, I got, this is how smart I am. Like they found a spot in my lung. I don't know. Oh, no, it was a year ago because they found that spot in my lung. Yeah, it was about a year ago when I rolled that grain truck. Um, they did a chest X-ray because the doctor didn't like the way I was breathing, and they found a spot in my lung. And like, I just never went back to find out, exactly for sure what it is, because I don't care, because I'm not trading it. Um, yeah, and I'm still smoking, so. What's going on, Mitch? Well, all right, try it again. Can I even see you? Yeah, I can see you, Jenny T. I'm sorry, I've been blabbing and not reading the comments. I'm sorry. I'll go back and see what you said. I'm not ignoring anybody on purpose. There's just a lot of comments coming in, and it's hard to read and blab at the same time. I would be Chantix. Yeah, that's what it is. I would be very upset if Jenny T got. Yes, I can see you too, Sammy. Oh no, you're talking to Jamie. Damn it! I don't know what's going on. I'm confused. All right, Mitch, you can try it again, because for whatever reason it just wouldn't let me add you. I mean, it let me add you, but then you hopped off real quick, so it wasn't intentional. You can try it again. Fuck, I am way behind. Damn it. All right, yeah, I'm answering questions that you all asked 10 minutes ago.
Hey,
All
Bill.
right, what's going on?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
So we meet again, Bill.
What's going on, man?
You know, I would have thought that this whole the drama in the community would have been done by now.
No.
Not even close.
No, so because it's the only thing that gets attention sometimes, so they got to keep perpetuating everything.
You and I are going to be meeting like this when we're old and gray.
I'm already old and gray, man.
Because of the community drama, or?
No, I'm just old.
No. Oh, okay. All right, so let's get down to the drama. Let's see what we have here. I've been taking notes of things I wanted to ask you about.
All right, man.
So,
ask away.
Okay, first of all, Nunya and Nevermore going back and forth doxing each other. Did you see this?
No, I didn't. I heard that it was going on, but doesn't he have the wrong person though? I mean, it's bullshit either way. It's bullshit on both their parts, but I've not seen it myself. I just heard about
it. So the story I got from, just to try to be fair to both sides, I'll give the story that I get from both sides that I glean, and I may be wrong, and chat can please correct me on anything. From what I understand, the Nevermore side says that I believe Nunya went in a chat on a panel with Nevermore's name, right, as his name on the as her StreamYard name, you know,
like his real name.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Nunya went on a panel, or sorry, then Nevermore went on a panel doing the same to Nunya. Went on a panel with her name, and then Nunya then escalated somehow. She did a second thing. This is what the Nevermore side is saying, and then the Nunya side is saying that she didn't dox anyone ever at all.
Well, it's kind of a hard thing to prove sometimes who was behind the alt accounts, you know. So right. I personally couldn't say one way or the other.
And you don't want to show clips of people doxing because that's like perpetuating the dogs.
Exactly.
Maybe chat can clear that part up for us. But I know that Nunya has this philosophy where she considers certain people predators, and once you are considered a predator, then you are fair game to be doxxed.
Mm-hmm. I can tell you for a fact that I know Nanya is a lying hypocrite. I'm not saying that she doxed Nevermore, but I'm just saying in general, she has lied about me repeatedly. So I don't really believe anything she says.
She lied about you personally. Okay, I didn't know you guys had personal issues.
Oh yeah, she lied about me personally many times. That's how I know for a fact she's lying.
Is this stuff you've already talked about on stream, or?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so people know about that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So next on the list, JT Colfax versus Colorado Control. Did you watch this battle royal last night?
No.
It ended up with JT Colfax basically saying, how he can be hard to kind of interpret sometimes. So I'm not trying to misrepresent him. I'm honestly,
yeah, I understand that. You gotta be able to speak JT. I understand that. So
yeah, you gotta be able to speak JT. So I'm doing my best translation here, and
okay.
feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Either side. But JT Colfax ended up threatening that he was going to. I want to use the word stalk, but he's going to flyer his neighborhood. He's going to do IRL things to his business. These are things that JT was suggesting, but he was framing it like shame on Nunya and Cap because their gaslighting of CCC has put him in a situation where he can have his business harmed. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah, but Nunya does. And see, the term gaslight gets used incorrectly if you know the actual definition, and overused. Right. And I'm guilty of it myself.
Yeah, I agree with
that. Nunya does gaslight people a lot. I know that for a fact. But I understand what you're saying with JT, and he does say some out of line shit. And I'm not making excuses for him, but people will push him to that point, knowing that he's going to go to that point, and they do it on purpose. So, but yeah, he does say some things.
Right. Taken out of context, you just watch a clip of JT Colfax, you could get the impression that he is, dangerous, I guess, but behind the scene, if you really watch the whole thing played out, he got to that point after a series of escalations.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I've had a lot of conversations private with JT, and I would not want to corner that man. Like he doesn't appear to be physically intimidating, but so there's certain people, if you fuck with them enough, when they lash out, they ain't stopping.
Oh, that's the impression you get from JT Colfax.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, he does seem like he's hit some kind of breaking point with Nunya. I've never seen him this fast.
Well, again, I don't watch a lot of the stuff, so I don't know all the details, but JT does get pissed, and he does say some whacked out things. But at the same time, there's been some whacked out things done to him, and like fucking Nanya lies about fucking everything, or she takes stuff out of context, and I don't know if that's on purpose or if she's just not that smart, but yeah. All right, I'm trying to add somebody.
That's my screen share. Do you see what it says? I could read it.
Let me get it added.
It's there. It's up on screen.
All right, cool.
And so she's saying, just wait, Tommy. Just wait. Protect your family, Tommy, and make sure, because Tommy was in her chat. And so she's telling him, Protect your family, Tommy, and make sure they know to run if they see this man near you or your home, okay? Talking about JT. No joke. So she's telling Tommy, hey, if you see this man, tell your family that if they see this man, they should run IRL. And you're kind of agreeing with that. It sounds like.
JT would never do anything to those kids.
Yeah, no, I mean that's.
Yeah, JT has defended those kids. That's really the root reason of why JT doesn't like Tommy is because Tommy had his minor children present for catches. They were printing out chat logs for him, including dick pics. And like he's got all of his kids around this stuff. Plus, his one kid was being molested for like 2 years, and Tommy just didn't believe him and didn't do anything about it. So that and now Tommy's got these fucking neglect charges or whatever he got arrested for that. That's the root reason of why JT doesn't like Tommy.
Yeah, and JT brings up the issue with Tommy using his kids as cameramen for a catch. Yes. And did that actually happen?
Yes. Yeah, his first like he brought them to his apartment complex, and his kids were there, and they held the camera. I don't know on how many catches they held the camera for, but yeah, it happened. It's been like people have shown clips of that. I'm sure you could find it on that website. What is it? Colorado Pathological Patrol, whatever Blue's website is. Mm-hmm. I believe she's got videos of all that, and I know like there have been a bunch of other channels put videos up of that, and so yeah, it's real.
Okay, so JT Colfax and Kevin had a brawl last night, a bit of a brawl. Kevin ended up asking him how many animals he's killed in his life. Because JT said something like, it was something in the veins of, I'm going to lose 50 pounds walking your neighborhood and putting up flyers about your business. And what else did he say?
Cole, I added you. You should be able to talk.
There was there's a conversation going on. I'm very sorry.
Okay, all right. I just saw you saying stuff backstage. All right. I'm sorry, Mitch. Yeah. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead, Cole.
A second. I just muted my phone again. You were getting it in. I was just enjoying because I was also there on JT's stream that evening. What were you talking about, though? Because I can give a little bit more context if you guys like. Like in addition to what you say, because I was there the whole time.
You were on the Ed stream last night where Colfax was going off.
That was an Ed stream? JT had a stream.
Okay, you were at JT had a stream afterwards.
Yes, right after. I was at that one.
Okay. And what'd you think of that as you're watching?
A lot of things. But before I get into that, you weren't finished talking about the previous events. That was why I kind of put myself on mute. So I apologize to everybody in the back. I want the story to progress naturally, and then I'll cut in when I feel as though I have something to add, if that's all right with you
guys. Sounds good. So JT Colfax versus Kevin, and JT, ends up making these threats against Kevin's business. And he says, but he's framing it like it's Caps and Nunya's fault. And I use the term gaslighting. That's not actually what Colfax said. Colfax used the term puppetry. So he believes that Kevin was kind of played or misled by Nunya, who you say is lied about you, and so yeah. But so I don't know. Where do you come up? I
Well,
guess
I
you
don't.
don't. You didn't see it, right? Though.
I can't comment exactly on that situation because I didn't see it myself. But Nunny
Okay.
does do that
Now,
shit, man.
I can. A little bit more about that to get into more context. The assignment was given from JT had to do with a family member, and that family member has a lot to do with just things that were going on. It had to do with a certain fee, 2,000 something, this and that. There's a lot of things that are being forgotten about that were tackled in the preceding show because it started on one and it moved on to another. A lot of the questions were answered in the second part.
Hmm. Okay, I'm glad you're here, Cole, because I get the impression that Bill is kind of like me, and we rely on other people to keep us up to date on this kind of stuff.
Hmm.
You guys just
So
can't stay up as late as me. That's what it is. It's 5 o'clock in the morning.
Dude,
well,
if I'm still awake at 5 a.m., which is most of the time, I'll pop an Ambien or two. I usually don't try to go to sleep till between 3 and 5 in the morning, and that's when I take my sleeping pills. So I'm up. I just don't watch a whole lot of this shit anymore. I would,
No, we had this
there's a
conversation, Bill.
whole world of porn out there, and you guys are watching this shit. Come on. All right, I'm sorry, I'm getting off track. You guys go ahead.
Nah, I'm getting old, and it's just like it's taken a lot to just get me on that level. So it's just what, I'm just gonna stay up and send crazy fun pictures. Oh wait, here we go. Says Tommy drives on Ambien and claws because this is what I'm really here for. So if you guys have funny things you want to say, you guys are gonna hear it through my voice. I'm feeling sexy tonight,
Hmm.
but I
hey,
won't give your name.
Bill, speaking of Ambien, that's one thing I wanted to ask Bill. Did you say there was an Ambien shortage happening?
I haven't had any problem with Ambien. I've had problems with
Oh.
some other, like the morphine. Been a shortage on that. And I've talked to other people that have ADD meds. There's a shortage on some of that. So there are shortages going on, but I've not had a problem with the Ambien.
Cole, what do you think about Nunya's declaration that it's okay to dox the people she's up against because they're technically predators?
Wait, say it one more time. I just want to make sure I'm getting it in its proper context.
Well, from what I
The
understand,
questions.
okay, so let me explain another thing that happened. Tommy Boy Studios was on Nunya's stream earlier, and he's a mod in there, and he comes in and he says, "Dude, don't dox again," because I guess Kevin read the street address of Colfax's sister's house, right? Does it make sense so far?
That is a technical definition of doxing, as long as he's getting something out of it. The definition of doxing is when you purposely get someone's information with the intent of making them feel bad and you feel good. So if that's the case, that is what it was.
Well, I think the first playthrough, I don't think Nunya intended to dox anyone. So I think one of her mods, Tommy Boy, gave her a heads up and said, "Don't replay that clip because there's doxing information in it." And then Nunya said, "No, we're past that. They're all predators." Get what I'm saying? She sanctioned the airing of JT Colfax's sister's house. She sanctioned the doxing of that. That's how I interpreted that.
Look,
I
Nanya's a
just think it
huge
was a
hypocrite.
no.
If it's
I
against somebody she doesn't like, then it's okay. But if it happens to somebody on her quote unquote side, then it's a horrible crime. She's always been a two-faced hypocrite like that.
I disagree. I just think it was a simple misunderstanding. It's something we can work through.
Okay.
I like your.
Oh,
I like
sorry,
your
guys. Oh, I'm
question.
sorry. Sorry, I didn't want you to hear it laugh. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
hey, all we have is hope. So, yeah, we'll try to work through this. We
Ooh,
try to
this is
talk through this
good.
as best we can.
All right, well, let's just cut in real quick. From Millie. No, no, no. That's not. It's not. That's still gonna work. Damn, I can't. Every time I think of a name, it's like another name. So from Jada Pinkett Smith, it says Tommy is tweaking in the CPP mausoleum, sobbing, disassembling the meth sarcophagus he built for Captain, so he could use it for firewood.
Mhm.
I'm gonna use actor names when I read funny things. But you guys go ahead. I'm just messing. I'm just messing up because I have time and you have time. So let's just do stuff.
All right,
If
man.
that's cool with y'all.
That is very cool. But I
Yeah,
think
because listen, you guys
Mr.
ain't in. I'm out.
I think Mr. No, no, no. You do what you do. But I think Mr. Richmond has a bunch of points he wants to make. I want to give him that opportunity.
Understood. I will let those points be made. But if something funny, comes to me,
Oh, absolutely.
sorry,
I
sorry,
just
I,
don't
I
want to
muted
get.
myself. I muted myself. Sorry. I said,
No,
go ahead.
you're good, man. Keep doing what you do. I just don't want to get derailed because it sounds like Mr. Richmond here has a whole fucking binder, and I'm curious.
Yeah.
All right. Well, here's what I'll do.
Well,
If there's something that I catch in my crazy large small stupid brain, I'll say something. But let's keep going. I'm very sorry, you guys.
You're cool, man.
so did you hear that? Had you heard that? Did you know about the Tommy Boy thing I just explained, Bill?
No, I didn't know about that.
So Nunya says, Tommy Boy says, don't replay that because it has a dox in it. And Nunya says, no, we're past that now. They're all predators. And then Tommy Boy says, okay, then just take my wrench.
Oh, well, good on him. Good on
Yeah,
Tommy Boy then.
he's trying to take, standing up to her and saying, then just take my wrench now. He said, no hard feelings, but take my wrench. And then Nunya denied him. She said no. She said no. You're not
Yeah.
allowed to. You're not allowed to turn it in.
Like I said, there are people that are only, and they've told me this themselves. They're only backing her up either because they want a wrench or they're afraid she's going to take theirs if they say anything that opposes her. So they just like she has a lot of false support, which when you have a lot of false support, even though it might look big, all it takes is one little touch in the right spot and it's all coming down.
She kind of had a skyrocket to stardom in the community, compared to other people.
Yeah.
I feel like just yesterday, she was this like shy newcomer, dragging Sab. That was her introduction, right?
That's the thing. She was always saying, I don't like the drama. I'm not about the drama. But she was on every fucking drama channel asking questions and saying shit. And then, like, she called me out one time. She's like, oh, my DMs are filled with blah, blah. And fucking, that was bullshit. Probably one person said something. And it was a stream of mine that I had privated. And they're like, oh, they said that you said this. And whatever it was, I don't remember the exact words now, but it was bullshit. So I just gave her a link to the stream. And all I said was exactly what I just did. I was disappointed because I thought her channel was really cool at first. It was something different that people could go to and just chill, but it wasn't really getting jack shit for views, and I didn't understand it.
Her channel is cool.
And her first one was at first, and it wasn't about drama. And then around here, if you don't have drama, you don't get jack shit for views. I can talk about kitties, and I'll have 40 people in here. But if I mention some secret information that I've had for 2 years, and I'm probably saying it, I'll have 200 plus in here. You know what I mean? So people do like the drama, but it was the fact that she just kept saying, "Oh, I'm not about the drama," but she was fucking stoking it, and she's going behind people's backs, and I've seen the screenshots of this, and she's fucking stoking up other people starting shit, and the majority of what she's saying is either not true, misquoted, or exaggerated, and she loves this shit.
But it's kind of dangerous to call her out these days. She's gotten a lot of influence.
She doesn't have as much influence as she thinks. Like I said, people are afraid to go against her because, and this is something else I think is bullshit. I've called out quite a few people from like that section of that's whatever the fuck. I hate that phrasing, but and they see what kind of heat I get. I don't care though. But there are people out there that have been fucked over or other things have happened, and they're afraid to say anything because they're one of Cap's creeps, and they don't want to get dragged. And I think that's bullshit because that's how they control people is by intimidation, and I don't think that's cool.
I've seen some of her. Some people like. I've seen the way people are to support her, and she has like a rabid fan base. Some of them are really seem to be like.
So some of them are. Some of them just go along with whatever she says, and they don't care what the truth really is. But like, and I've been messaged by quite a few people. Like it's hard to explain it without giving away who some of them are. So I got to be careful. But a lot of them are just propping her up because they either don't want to get dragged or they just want a wrench. People are crazy about the wrenches, man. Or they don't want to lose the wrench that they have, so they just go along with whatever she says. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
My mods are free to disagree with me. I'm not going to take your wrench because we have a disagreement. But I mean, that's just another way to control people, and that's what's happening.
Good. No, that's a good point. Donald Duck, from the Disney Channel and Mickey Mouse, the confusion about how you can become a Davidian after you talk mad shit about the person. I find that to be very intriguing to talk so much smack about someone and still be welcomed into the fold. Because in the past, that was not how it was. Once you said something bad about a certain person, that was it. You were like enemy number one. I think that's intriguing.
Mm-hmm.
So she used to badmouth Tommy, and now she supports him.
It's just the words of a duck that I know that I'm reading. Because again, I said I'm not going to go with names, but yeah, this is what is being heard.
Well, it's not a unique situation. We can talk, in generalities. This is a phenomenon that happens. She's not the only one. And I've made the joke to people that I understand sometimes Tommy's paranoia, because half the people who are his current friends used to hate him, and the people who used to hate him you get what I'm saying. The people who used to hate him are now his friends, and the people who were his friends hate him now. Right,
and part of that is just going with like Cap. He used to just talk shit about Tommy all the time, and and then now they're buddies, and same thing with FM and a few other people. But it's about
it would be like a narcissistic gumbo. I guess if it was somebody who didn't like you, all of a sudden going back to you, you'd feel pretty untouchable at that point, I guess.
See, and that's the thing another thing that bothers me, like whatever, and I don't believe for 1 second that Ed had anything to do with CP. But whatever Ed is caught up in, that doesn't change anything that Tommy's done, which is what people were ragging on him about. I just don't understand that all of a sudden flip. You know what I mean? And again, I think it's about views.
Can we go into that though? I'm looking at. Isn't that just a repeat? Can you guys see that comment? Isn't that just a repeat? Because you guys can see the comments that are in the chat, but where he did in a way, right down to helping the catchers start. Because I think that's a repeat.
You're talking about this,
that one,
this comment? Okay.
Yeah. I think that's a good one. Because I don't have the answer to that.
All right, let's see what she said. Isn't that just a repeat of how Ed got where he did in a way, right down to the helping catchers start from how y'all just spoke about it in a way, just interpreting what I hear. Um, Ed was pretty well known like before he started going after Tommy, and
Correct.
but he did kind of grow his channel on going after Tommy. But Ed was already well known around the community way before that. Like Ed and I used to back. God, I fucking hate this word, but what did they call us, guardians or whatever the fuck it was? But um, back then, when what we were doing actually fucking was good instead of this bullshit that it is now. We were getting rid of people that we knew to be chomos that were hiding in the community and people like that. And then, like, Ed just all of a sudden just started going after Tommy pretty much exclusively, right? And I don't want to get into all the other stuff, but I asked him why one day. I'm like, what the fuck are you just going after Tommy for now? I mean, yeah, he's an asshole and he's a liar and he's a grifter, but like, what's going on? And he did have a good explanation for it. You know, I will say that. But yeah, Ed was very well known way before anybody even knew who Tommy was. But yeah, he did grow his channel on that kind of stuff.
Part of the reason I made that comment is just to let it be known that no matter what side you're on, you if there's something you'd like to say, you say it in an understandable, in an intelligible way. It can be discussed, and we can get to a different point, as opposed to yelling at each other, screaming at each other. It's just something to think about, you guys.
Yeah, I hate that there's two sides. I fucking hate that the community has been divided like that. It didn't used to be this way. And then like you get lumped in, like I don't really want to be on a side. I'm on a fucking island by myself, but I don't like Tommy, so therefore I'm automatically by default put on a side, and that's with anybody.
I don't
I'm not. It's not cool. I don't like it.
I don't like that when you disagree with someone in certain places, you're automatically a really, really bad person.
Right.
You know, like you really do some horrible things that you would never want to do. Like to threaten someone or say someone does certain things like that. It's kind of a fate you wouldn't wish on your worst enemy.
Yeah. I mean, and if you just want to poke your head up and speak your mind, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it is. Somebody's going to attack you if they don't agree with you, and I think that's bullshit. No matter what quote unquote side it comes from.
The only side we should all be on is the side that says, hey, don't do that.
Yeah.
Everyone here on either side came together because we don't like people that try to mess with our kids. And
Mhm.
it seems like that is the furthest thing from reality at this point. And it's not that it's the farthest thing from reality, but we are every place but where we need to be.
Yeah, you're
That's a
absolutely
nice one,
right.
though. Wait, I'm stealing the show. Tommy
No,
is drunk with the Royal Chelsea pensioners stealing their pension, spending it all on gay strippers. I disagree. Do you know why I disagree with that statement? Because gay and ladyboy are two separate entities. When you go certain places, those ladyboys, they know that they are ladyboys. Don't you call me gay, a boy. No, you call me ladyboy. Sorry, sorry.
well, at least it's going to a good cause.
Great cause. If that's what you're into, I support that. If that's what you're down with.
Um, yeah, meth clause. I used to help a lot of the catchers. I didn't really do a whole lot for Alex, but yeah, we used to talk quite a bit. Um, but yeah, I used to help a lot of the newer catchers, and that's really what I got into this for. I didn't get into it for this fucking drama bullshit. It just kind of, I don't know. I kind of got pushed into it in a way because like I was defending people that either couldn't or wouldn't defend themselves, and that was before we had fucking 20 drama channels, though. You know what I mean? And it just got to the point where I was constantly having to defend myself and constantly having to defend other people. And some of them I don't even talk to anymore because some of them like get off on having people argue for them, and that's really what it was all about. Not naming names, but yeah. So I did break away from some of them, but yeah, my intention was just to help catchers. And when I say identify chomos, I don't mean looking like anybody can look them up on fucking Truth Finder. But where I came in was I would help identify people where all we had was a fake name and an emoji and whatever. You talk them into sending in of pictures. You can look at shit in the background and sometimes figure out where they're at, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, this shit that we're doing now, and I guess I allowed it to happen. This is not what I fucking signed up for.
Well, I didn't sign up to fall in love with little fucker. Man, I love that cat. That was a
Yeah.
cool ass cat. Oh yeah, that's my dog. And it's a cat. Ah, I just got a soft spot for like these weird pet stories because I create these storylines in my brain. That's it. I didn't have any
Yeah,
elaborate story.
I'm really not. I really don't like cats, but like I wouldn't be mean to them either. But there's just something about little fucker, man, that I don't know. I cannot believe like it is so like when I talk to my kids about it, like they are in awe because if you really know me, like me being attached to a fucking cat, it is extremely unusual. And I can't believe that I get so emotional over a goddamn cat. But I like him.
That's a good fact. Since being in this whatever we want to call ourselves, I learned what an incel is, and yeah, they do need it. Constant flow of attention. Like I've heard the word when I was growing up, but I was like, it's just a word. Phew, it's more than a word, I tell you.
Mhm.
I've learned that. That's it.
Oh yeah, yeah, Jersey. Those were the days when back then when I could give my arousal percentages and people didn't get all bent out of shape. Yeah, those were the days. And
Yeah,
I've
when you
been
could actually
passed
say a
around,
bad joke.
right?
Uh,
And I've been passed around from, dude. I have lived under so many chick sinks in this community. I don't even know where I'm at anymore. Um, I mean, all I own is three left socks and like 2/3 of an old washcloth somebody gave me. That's it.
I forced it. I'm terrible. I didn't mean to take the subject off of the subject.
It's all right.
Let me
We
see something.
I don't know if Mitch left
Oh, old boy
on
rolled
purpose.
out. I didn't know old boy rolled out. It's really just you and me. I'm sorry. I was sitting here thinking that I was going to get a third person saying things. That's on me.
You're cool, man. I think he's having problems because he tried to get up once before and it pushed him back out. But he's welcome to rejoin if you're still out there, Mitch. He's probably on Nanya's panel right now. Fucking, there's another one.
And then I'm just reading stuff. There were jokes, you know. Oh yeah, someone is munching on Brock Lesnar's ball sack with Bobby Lashley smoothing his ripped steroid chest. That's a good one. It's got good layers. Solid WWE. I liked that. I liked that. Look. Oh, I'm. You need to watch out, oh boy. All these going under sinks. You heard how this show started. I'm looking
Dude,
out for you,
man, I
bro.
I started out living under T-Coy's sink, and then like I kept getting traded off from woman to woman, and hiding from husbands under their sinks 24 hours. It was just it was a bit much, but I liked it.
I saw this movie about you. It happened back in the '90s. You jumped out that young lady's window with and everyone knew you from the smiley face on your butt tattoo.
Oh
Don't what did
yeah.
you think of that?
Um, I kind of wish that it hadn't been videotaped and shown around, but back in the day, that was just part of the routine. Different sinks for different folks.
Ah, now I'm running out of stuff to say. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna roll out my dog, and I'm gonna be on chat because I don't really have much to say. I suck. I should be killed. So I'm gonna go.
No, you're good, man. You're more entertaining than I am.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to give. I try not to stay on places too long. I hope you guys enjoyed me. Oh boy, I hope you enjoyed me as well. And I'll be on chat.
All right, man. You're welcome back anytime.
All right, man. Later, y'all.
Later. Oh, stay naked. All right, Mitch, are you still out there? Are you interested in hopping back up here? Mitch and I don't agree on a lot of stuff, but um, he can come up here and we can disagree and not yell and scream at each other, which is totally fine. It's when people start yelling and screaming and then making me raise my voice. That's another thing about Nanya is like she'll fucking scream all this shit and lose her mind. uh, and then when I raise my voice to talk loud enough to so people can hear my side of it, she's like, "Oh, you're being disrespectful." I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm being disrespectful. You're fucking lying about me. Yeah, I don't know. She's just a fucking hypocrite. Oops. All right, man. I know there's some shit I forgot to say, but it don't matter. At the end of the day, it's all just mismatched bullshit anyway. I'm being too nice. Yeah, that's one of my faults. There you are. What's going on, man?
Hey man, sorry about that. The trans stuff just weirds me out.
Okay.
I mean, I know he was joking. I mean, I hope he was joking.
Yeah, it was a joke. Okay, what's going on, man?
Well, yeah, I will admit, the Thai ladyboys. If I had, just kidding. That's
Hey, what happens in Dallas stays in Dallas, right?
that's so degenerate, Bill. We should not be making jokes like that. Not in this community.
Ah, fuck it, man.
Okay, so where did we leave off? So I think did we talk about did you did you hear from people that Vic is now back supporting Ed? Or did you say that?
Yeah, I was told that Vic said he wants a like a truce with me and Ed. Now, there's been a shit ton of people up here that have apologized to me, for different things over the years. But
Mhm.
Vic can go fuck himself. He tried to dox my family. He fucking threatened my family. Yeah, he can go fuck himself. But yes, I've heard that he was. I didn't know that he was back supporting Ed. But yeah,
That's still unconfirmed. I'll say, that's just something I've seen people saying a bunch. But so you're, for the record, you're not interested in a truce with Vic because he crossed the line.
right. Yeah, you can
And
put that on the record.
okay.
Have it notarized.
Isn't he the one that tracked down? He pretended to be a private investigator and tracked down Ed's ex-wife.
Yes.
And then Ed's willing to let him back in the fold. I guess we don't know, but that'd be interesting.
I don't know. I haven't talked to Ed about it, but if he does, then I mean, I won't support that. I'll tell you that much.
Mm-hmm. So you were saying earlier that you talked to Ed about how he just started to focus on Tommy. So did you guys like meet each other and you kind of had the mutual goal of calling out all the grifters or scumbags or whatever, and then he just started to kind of focus on Tommy more?
It wasn't like we sat down one day and then you're talking about conversations that happened like 3.5 years ago or whatever, but it wasn't like we sat down and said, okay, we're gonna find all the grifters in this community and all the chumos that are hiding here. It wasn't like we sat down and said we're gonna do this. Mm-hmm. It just kind of happened because it needed to be done. You know, like we were finding out, it shouldn't be like, hey, people are giving this person money and they're spending it on drugs instead of what they say they're spending it on, right? And we thought, and they were doing this, you know, like they go to fucking 10 people in DMs, and usually it was, you know, females, you know what I mean? They're softer hearted. Give them all the same story. I need $40 for a different tire. You know, can you help me out? And then they would do that with like 10 people, and like they never really needed a tire. Shit like that was going on, so we were calling that out to keep people from getting ripped off. And there's been several times, you know, like Jeep Man and a few others, chobos that were hiding in our community, and we would call shit like that out. Like, you know, he did some, I did some. We worked on some stuff together. Sometimes there were things that we were looking into that, you know, he would go up on his own, I'd go up on my own, and we would compare notes and eventually figure it out. We just did it because it needed to be done. It wasn't like we set out to, you know, get any attention. I mean, that was before any, you know, that was before any of the like the drama YouTube channels. You know, we got the word out mostly on Discord. And then, you know, I just noticed that Ed was just going on saying like every fucking thing Tommy did, you know, Ed was calling it out, which I agree, the shit needs to be called out. Anybody that's ripping people off or doing this, I agree, it needs to be called out. But I realized that Ed was like pretty much just going on and on about Tommy. So I asked him why. And he gave me the answer, and it was a good answer, and I accepted it. I don't want to say what that is, you know, at this time, but it was a good answer, and I understood why. He couldn't go after Tommy publicly about what he was really after him for. So he was using everything else that he could find, and it just fucking went from there.
But he was also making friends with people who disliked Tommy, and maybe some of them, but between when Ed was talking to them and he started to focus more on Tommy, maybe he was being told things that these people have since changed their mind about, you know, or things have come to light.
Yes. So some of that has happened. Yes.
It's hard to blame Ed for that. I mean,
mm-hmm.
If a woman comes to you and says
there were things that that were called out publicly that have come to light, that some shit we found out didn't really happen. Some stuff may or may not have happened. And I'm getting ready to have somebody on when he's legally able to do it. I'm gonna give him the platform to come up here, and he's gonna discredit some shit that went down on Ed's channel. And like I've seen tons of like court documents and lawyers' statements and shit from this guy, so I know he's telling the truth. So the point is that Ed really believed all that stuff that he put out. He really believed it. It wasn't like he was sitting around making shit up. You know,
Mhm.
people came to him and they showed him things and told him things, and you know, it was very, most of it was pretty credible, and some of it still is. Like not all of it's bullshit. In
Mhm.
fact, most of it is still credible. But there were some things that we found out later either weren't true or may not be true. Um, so I don't fault him for that because he really did believe everything. It wasn't like he made shit up and put it out there. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah.
Um,
And these people ended up becoming really good friends with him. You know, I hate to say how I know this from the jailhouse calls, but
mhm,
everyone knows now. So these
yeah.
weren't just, you know, yeah. And but so I talked to Locke. Locke was on the Hoax Wars show on Sunday, and he had said that he had it out with Ed about. He felt like Ed. Uh, essentially, he felt like Ed maybe, and I agree with Locke on this. Ed, and this is what I've kind of said publicly, is like, Ed, people don't feel like you've done enough to clear your name. You know, if you're truly innocent, and I don't know if you agree with that, because maybe he has done all he can, and I just am ignorant to that. I missed the episode where he showed that. Did you talk to him about this? Because if it were my friend, I'd be like, "Bro, we got to get your name cleared. You know,
I'm sorry.
we got to talk. We got to.
What thing were you talking about?
Sorry, we got to talk to the AG, and that part where it says, you know, that we raided. You saw it happen. The whole community. One day, you know, you wake up and you check the Predcatcher Drama channel, and they have a freaking, you know, a Moab on Ed, and
Mhm,
they, you remember how it was presented to everyone, and here's the
right.
Attorney General report. This person who had been blaming Tommy for all these things and going after all these people and being a gatekeeper, and look at the whole time he was a pedo. You know, that's how it was framed to people. And that
Yeah.
kind of thing is very influential. The truth of the matter is that Ed was arrested in a CP raid. He was never charged.
He was
That
never
does
arrested for CP.
right,
Uh,
exactly.
and like I have not seen any legal documents that all the rest of you haven't seen. Um, but the CP raid wasn't really about Ed. He was
Right.
just there and he had some drugs and he got arrested for it. I've not seen any pending. Believe me, if I were to find out Ed had anything to do with CP, I'll be the first motherfucker to throw him out publicly. Um,
Oh,
but until there's no evidence to support he has anything to do with it.
I think that's actually being a good friend, and
Yeah, I mean,
nevermore. I don't know if you heard what he said, but he said he would be a regardless if Ed is guilty or not, he would still be his friend, and that's just
oh,
a different philosophy.
I couldn't be. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
loyal to my friends to a fault. I mean, how many times have I said if you're and taken heat because I wouldn't give somebody's name? You know what I mean? Um, yeah. A lot of people just don't like. People were giving me hell because I didn't tell everybody when Ed told me he'd gotten arrested for drugs. Well, why the fuck would I? I considered him a friend. You know
Mhm.
what I mean? You keep your friends' secrets. I still keep secrets of people that stab me in the back. You know. Um, I don't think these people understand what friendship means. Even though, like, yes, it's internet friends, and there's a difference between internet friends and life friends. I get all that. Um, but yeah, I mean, why would I? Somebody tells me something in confidence. A lot of people tell me shit in confidence because they know I'm not going to go blab to it.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, I caught a lot of hell for not telling everybody that he got arrested for drugs. And, you know, we have a lot of recovering addicts in here, and struggling addicts, and we have a lot of that. And people want to throw stones when they want to throw stones about people taking drugs when they're doing the same shit, you know? or I've been through the struggle, you know.
Well, that other side wants to see a paper that says this investigation is closed about Ed, and until that point, they feel like, okay, there's an open investigation about this guy. We can't. There's an open CP investigation as far as they're concerned,
Mm-hmm.
and so you
But
get. I mean, you get that part.
yeah, oh, no, I completely understand where people are coming from. I do. But the thing is, they are also saying it like um, they're acting like there is proof that he had something to do with CP. They're talking about this open investigation, and there could be an open investigation, but we don't really know. People keep saying that there's an open investigation on him, but we don't know if there is or not. And
Mhm.
something else is, even if Ed brought a paper, a fucking signed and notarized paper from the governor that said, "Hey, we fucked up. This man had nothing to do with CP. It was our fault." It wouldn't matter. They're still gonna fucking say this. They're still gonna come after him for it.
You think so?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Look, I mean, Ed threw so many stones and made so many enemies by going at Tommy that they were thirsting for anything they could get a hold of to exploit to use against him. So I mean, none all this shit should be a surprise.
I see. Okay. Well, you take a lot of crap for sticking by Ed, and
Oh yeah.
I
I mean,
do.
I
Yeah.
don't agree with everything Ed does, and I've been pretty vocal about it. But um, oh yeah, I take a hell of a lot of fucking shit for not for not throwing him off the boat. You know, that's the thing. If I was worried about, like, if I just wanted friends and clout and shit, I mean, I could just, like, if Bill Powell came out against Ed, that would fucking blow people's minds, you know, and I would make a whole lot of fake friends that I don't need, you know.
Mhm. Right. Yeah, you could easily do that. And I gotta respect that on a certain level. Because Ed has not been charged, and you are sticking by and writing that out. I'm just putting myself in your shoes, and even from a selfish perspective, where you're like, just to get people off my back, I would be like, hey, dude, have you checked on that AG report? Because people still think it's an open case. Like, can't you talk to them? Is there anything you can do to get this I guess you already explained the story. I guess you already explained your mindset is that it doesn't matter to these people.
Right.
And so you're supporting as far as you see it, you're supporting your friend against a bunch of hyenas, like
Yeah, pretty much.
bloodthirsty people.
Right. And I'm not out there like jumping up on panels to defend Ed. You know, I'm not out there doing that.
Yeah, yeah. You
But
didn't talk about it at all. I'm the one who
I'm
asked you.
taking, yeah, right, yeah, no, that's fine. You've been asking me legitimate questions, so it's all good. Even if they're uncomfortable, if they're legit, I'm still cool with it. Um, yeah, it's not like I'm out there jumping up on panels to defend him because one, I just don't care what these motherfuckers think all that much. Two, I don't feel like fucking with it, and I don't know. I guess that's pretty much it. There's not a three, but and it wouldn't matter. You know, it's not going to change anything.
Sam categorized it. He said that these people have made Ed their straw man. Is that is that fair? Is that a fair categorization?
I believe so. Like I said, Ed has made so many enemies, whether legitimate or not. Um, they would take any little thing that they could and come at him. And around here, well, CP is always a big deal, no matter what community you're in, but especially in one like this, like that is the one thing that will make people hate you. And so they took it And fuck, when I first heard about it, dude, like usually not much rattles me, but when I first heard it, when I first heard about it, I thought it was a lie. But then I went and looked myself, and I'm like, holy shit! And even when I read it on Predator Catcher Drama, I still thought, well, this could be real, it could be not. And then, um, like, I've never had my own Truth Finder account until that happened because I wanted to look at it myself, and you know what I mean. And but once I saw it, like, dude, like I could feel my heart pounding through my whole body, and I could feel my whole body starting to get hot, and I couldn't see my face, but I know it was beet red, you know, and that kind of rattling just almost never happens to me.
Wow.
So yeah,
I never even really thought about this, dude. That has to be a surreal moment in your life, you know.
It was.
You've been riding with this guy in this community, and so you saw it like everyone else on the Pred Catcher Drama channel.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I heard about it first, but I thought people at first, when I first started hearing about it, I thought people were joking or, you know, exaggerating something or just completely making it up. So I went and looked. I wasn't subscribed to Predator Catcher's Drama until then. You know, I went and looked at it myself, and even then, I just could not fucking believe it. So I got my own fucking account, and I, you know, pulled up some shit, and it was I couldn't know it was I did get a Truth Finder account at that point, but that's not how I found it. I don't know. Anyway, I found it myself and looked at it. I'm like, holy shit. And you know, I just didn't really believe that he would have anything to do with it, but at the same time, we've been fooled before, you know. Yeah, it was a surreal moment. You know, this dude that you have rode with and like called people out with and talked on the phone for 5 hours, you know, at a time with, and like all of a sudden something like this comes up. Yeah, it was yeah.
That's a doozy. And that's just on a personal level. And you guys have this entire sort of political part, you know, public part to handle about it, you know?
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude, I was getting like sometimes I completely ignore, like I'll shut off all my notifications, so or I'll just shut off Instagram or whatever, but sometimes I do this anyway. I just completely ignore all my messages except for phone calls. So at that point, my inboxes were getting flooded from all directions, so I just shut everything off and didn't look because I just didn't want to fucking. I needed a couple days to process it and figure out how I was going to approach it, and I looked more into it, and like, there's just no evidence that he actually had CP. I mean, had there been, I would have been the first one up there to fucking be like, hey guys, this is what I found, you know, but there's just no evidence that he really had anything to do with it. You know, and it's been 3 years, and he did shortly after he got arrested, he told me about it. So I knew he'd been arrested, and then people were like, well, didn't you ask him, you know, was it a CP raid? And I'm like, why the fuck? Like, when your friend tells you, hey man, I got arrested for drugs, like, is that the first thing out of your mouth? You know, was it for CP? You know what I mean? Yeah, it's
Well, I think the thought process, I know you say it wouldn't satisfy the trolls, but I think the thought process of the average person would be like, you know, you're still friends with this person, and it's like, okay, you know, you read that document and then you talk to Ed and he says, you know, like I did, I talked to Ed and I asked him all the questions, and yeah, like you, I came away, you know, when you first get that news, you have a certain impulse as a man, you know, that you're like, just, you know, how you feel about when those topics come up and you see charges on a piece of paper, not charges, but you see a piece of paper, a formal criminal report, and you have your natural reaction, and then you listen to Ed explain it, and you're like, oh, you know what? You're right. There, it does not say the type of you know what I mean. It doesn't say
Yeah.
anything definitive.
Well, I'll tell you though, like it's a good thing that when I found it out, when I confirmed it in my own mind, like it had already been like confirmed publicly that about the raid. But when I confirmed it in my own mind, it's a good thing for both of us that we weren't in the same room together, because I went through the 5 stages of grieving. Denial, anger. I was in denial at first, and then I went to anger, and it's a good thing we were in the same room together. But then eventually you go into acceptance and blah blah blah, whatever. But yeah.
And you're probably pissed, like, why didn't you tell me about this? But I've asked him about that, and he didn't know. He claims to have found out at the same time we did. Right?
I don't. Okay, if he knew what the raid was actually for, I don't know whether until this point, I don't know whether he really knew or not. But like, if he did know, I mean, that's a pretty. I really don't blame him for not going around telling people, because it's pretty fucking embarrassing, if you put yourself in that position. You're in a raid, and even though you had nothing to do with CP, there's paperwork that makes it look like you did. That's fucking embarrassing. Or the fact that your brother might have something to do with it is fucking embarrassing. And I don't blame him for not telling people.
When we talked about Vic earlier, when they called his ex-wife, she said, I hate to be like gossiping like this, but, and talking about things that came out under certain circumstances, but in those calls, I don't know if you saw, the ex-wife, Ed's ex-wife, says that Ed would not allow his brother around the children. Did you hear about that?
No, I've never heard that whole call. I've heard bits and pieces of it, but I don't remember ever hearing that part.
Well, that to me, that told me two things. It tells me, number one, Ed cares about, keeping children from harm, at least his own children. And number two, his brother's a creep, and he knew it, and he has not said that to any of us once. Like, it would be very easy to throw your brother under the bus, and Ed knows his brother's a creep, and he never said anything. So that to me suggests he's sticking up for his brother, right? I don't mean to speculate like that, but
yeah, no, I understand your point, but like I don't know. It doesn't necessarily mean he's sticking up for his brother, but it's fucking embarrassing. I wouldn't, if my brother was a chomo, I wouldn't want anybody to know. I wouldn't say a goddamn thing about it. I wouldn't have anything to do with him. But it's just, I don't know. I'll tell you an experience that from my family. My uncle, my mom's brother, went to prison for 2 years for molesting his daughter, my cousin. And I was a kid when all this happened. He went, like, he was a federal fugitive. He went on the run across the country, and the U.S. Marshals nabbed him and all this kind of shit. But he had molested his daughter. He blames it on the alcohol, but I've been fucked up a lot, and like my mind doesn't go to, oh, I'm gonna fuck a kid. You know what I mean? I don't care. Like that, being drunk or high or whatever, like that whole thing. Unless you're so wasted that you think she's older than she is or whatever. But it was his daughter. He knows how, like, you got to have that already in your mind. I don't care how fucked up you are, unless you're too fucked up, and like she tells you, oh, I'm 22 when she turns out you're 17. You know what I mean? That's kind of a different thing, but still not cool. Um, but anyway, for years, like, he denied it. And of course, my grandmother, his mother, to the day she died, she defended him. Now, for years and years, we didn't really know the truth because he denied it, and he was going through a really nasty divorce. And his ex-wife, like, she'd beat him up with a crowbar and all this kind of shit. And like, we always thought she was this big bitch. Well, it turns out she might have just been defending herself, right? So at the time, we all think she's this big bitch, this vindictive ex, and her and her daughter making shit up to get at him. And then later on, when she was an adult, she recorded a call with him where he admitted to it and he apologized to her. Well, she gave those tapes to somebody in my family, and they played it. My grandma heard it, and she still, that was her son, and she still, like me personally, I wouldn't defend my son over that shit, but still, she still defended him till the day she died and said that it never happened. So when it's family, when it, you know what I mean, it's your natural instinct. This is why I don't go too hard in. Like when excuse me a second, I gotta grab a drink. But like when catchers make somebody, call their wife whatever and tell them what they did, I really don't fault the wife for defending them at first because they don't know all the evidence yet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And nobody wants to believe that their partner is a fucking chomo. You know what I mean? It's just natural. I mean, once all the facts are in, if they still defend him, then I can't defend that. But
Well, you'll see a lot of people judging in chat, like they expect their spouse to turn on. You expect the woman to turn on her husband based on what these random guys with a cell phone and some chat logs say. It's like,
right.
yeah, you don't blame you don't blame them, and I have a lot of credit for, but sometimes you have the significant other. I think if in that situation a significant other does take the side of the catcher, kind of against the husband, it's because they suspected something already.
Yeah. Maybe it's been in the back of their mind with no proof or whatever. Maybe they saw something that, you know what I mean, that when they go immediately, I mean, like they either already full on knew, or it was just like a gut feeling they had, or something happened somewhere, to where it was no surprise to them.
You mentioned you had a family member who is a chomo. People in chat are relating to that. They have family members, and I feel like maybe we all probably do have a cousin or something, like statistically, or like it seems like, whether we know it or not. Do you think this is a problem that's gotten worse, or it's always been part of humanity?
It's always been. Like people have always been degenerate fucks. The difference now is with social media and with more people looking for it. It's just discovered more. It's always been like this. Okay, when you think about it, you go back to the frontier days when people were moving across the country and all they had was what they could carry on their backs, right? You have a couple, they make some kids. Like there's nobody else around for 100 miles, and there were. I've read, I've studied a lot about this kind of stuff, and I've read, some diaries. There were people that never saw another human being outside of their family until they were like 15. Because they were pushing, there was just wide open spaces, and you could just go live somewhere, make your own cabin or whatever. So there was a limited number of people that you could mate with, and when you get to a certain age, urges take over. And if there was nobody around, they would just fuck their sister or fuck their cousin or whatever. And that's not an excuse, but it just kind of illustrates that kind of thing's always been around. There's always been degenerates. It's just more people are getting caught now, and they have more access. A degenerate fuck that looks for a kid online is already a degenerate fuck. He just happens to have a tool to be able to reach more children. and hopefully he gets caught. And unfortunately, most of them don't. So yeah, being online doesn't conform somebody into a chumbo. They were already a chumbo. They just have more access to kids now. You know what I mean? So um, they just have a wider selection. Now, back before the days of social media, that they could only prey on their neighbors, or they could become a youth minister. We've caught a lot of those, right? They put themselves in position where they could get a hold of kids. But now you don't even have to leave your fucking house. You know, you can just find a kid online and have them come over. Yeah. I don't think it's more prevalent. I just think that they have a bigger selection to choose from now.
Well, um, I don't want to get too political or like say anything.
Hold on, one second, please. Yeah, PatCon, the thing about our pedos is we've seen chat logs. We've already seen proof. We've seen chat logs. We've seen them confess. We've seen actual evidence of it. So no, it's not the same thing.
If you caught Ed, flirting with a decoy, that's worse than what is out there right now.
Oh yeah,
by far, right?
Oh yeah.
What's out there right now about him is, and it's not to defend Ed. It's more like I don't know if it's a criticism of the justice system, but we have no insight into that case. Like,
right.
What's on that one sheet of paper that we have, and or maybe a couple sheets of paper.
Right.
You got to ask yourself, it was your friend and it was someone you believed in and trusted in and loved. Are those couple sheets of paper enough for you to disown them? And maybe not. And I could see people saying, no, I'm not going to disown someone I care about over these 2 sheets of paper. I'm going to need to see more. But to me, the natural question is, it would be really nice if he got that expunged from the record somehow. So we can put it to rest. I know the trolls will never let it die, but
yeah, it wouldn't matter as far as that goes. But I would personally like to see. I would like to see that happen. That would I really don't believe in anything to do with CP, but at the same time, if they would say, "Hey, we fucked up. It had nothing to do with him," it would ease my mind more. And it's not that I'm suspecting him of anything. I'm just saying, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it wouldn't make a damn difference to the trolls, but
yeah. And I'll stop pressing that issue with you, and I could probably just ask Ed directly next time he's live.
You're fine. I don't mind taking uncomfortable questions if they're done in a respectful way, and you can pull that off. So.
Yeah, I got that impression. You're not the type to go like gossiping about what these other 2 dudes did, because that's kind of gay, But if someone went to interview you about it, you're an open book. You're like you have no problem saying what you feel.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I can't communicate with Nanya, because she also fucking barks all the time, and then when I have to raise my voice to be heard, oh, you're being disrespectful. Yeah, fuck you.
Nanya is a handful. So you guys have gotten on the panel at the same time and tried to talk it out, and she yells at you.
Oh yeah, dude, I was trying to explain something one time, and when things weren't going, when I was trying to explain something, and she kicked me off the panel. I never got a chance to say everything, and then she said that I rage quit, which I did not. She kicked me, and then she got caught lying about that. And then later on, I was talking about it, and she wanted some screenshots. I knew I had them, but dude, I don't keep track of shit. And like I have people that send me screenshots of this, that, and the other, like constantly. So when they send me something, I know I've got it, but then I gotta fucking scroll back through, which I hate. A lot of times I just refuse to do it. And it was like she had called me a liar on somebody's in somebody's chat. I don't remember who it was now, but I didn't know the context. And I'm scrolling, and so I jump off my panel, leave it open, and I'm scrolling through all this shit. Can't find it, so I get a hold of the person that sent it to me originally, like, hey, can you send me that again? And I didn't know the context of why she said that. So that person sent me the context first. I sent it to Nanya, and she said, don't, and I said, there's more coming. And then on the chat, on my channel, she said, don't send me anything else. Well, when a female tells me not to send her anything else, I'm never sending her another fucking thing. So when she saw that I was going to have that one screenshot, she shut me down. So that's why I can't talk to her. And then when we do try to talk, she starts yelling and screaming and barking, and yeah, I just can't communicate with her.
I can see that. She gets emotional.
Yeah, something that I forgot to say earlier is like when I first found out about the raid, like if I would have had like a gut feeling or any kind of anything at all prior to that there's something not right with Ed, I wouldn't have been as it's kind of like I was okay, that's what it was. I was going to tie it into the family members that when the catcher makes the husband call the wife, and if they immediately go, that motherfucker, he's moving out, blah blah blah, they probably had some kind of inkling beforehand. And if I would have had some kind of inkling beforehand about Ed, which I never did, I probably would have been much the same way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know Ed as a guy who, fights and crusades against pedophiles and child abuse.
Yeah, and it's not just that. It's like we've been. He's one of the first people in the community that I talked to privately, right? One of the first people that I started getting to know, and we've had, we don't really talk very much anymore. When he was we talked more while he was in jail than what we have in a long time. Like there was no falling out or anything. I don't know what's going on, but we just don't talk very much anymore. But yeah, we've had been on the phone all night together. We've been in like a shit ton of group chats together, and these small little click type, discords and stuff. So we've had a lot of communication. I've told him very personal things about me, and he's told me personal things about him. Oh, yeah, and it's something else that I've never addressed, I don't think. But people say, "Oh, Bill's only standing with Ed because Ed's got something on him." Well, no. He does know things that I would prefer none of you fuckers knew. But if it comes out, it's not. I don't really care all that much. So no, he's not like holding anything over my head. And really, like I cannot be blackmailed in that way. Yes, there's a shit ton of stuff that I hope you motherfuckers never find out. But if you ever do, I'm not really gonna care all that much. I'll either like if it's something that I actually did, I'll just be like, yeah, I did it. So what? Fuck you. But there's a lot of fucking lies going around about me that I usually don't even address it. But that's the one thing that I will address is a lie about me.
Well, if you get out in front of it and you release the news first, then they can't hold it against you. So in that spirit, could you give us one thing you don't want to come out?
No.
Okay, I tried.
Yeah, I know what you're up to, man.
Yeah, you still have me on. I respect that.
Well, like I said, you asked some very uncomfortable questions, but they're legitimate questions, and you do it in a respectful way, and I respect that. So, if I don't want to answer something, just like just now, I'll just tell you I ain't telling you.
No, these are genuinely things I want your opinion on.
Hey, Julie, I'll be blackmailing you later, and you know I can do it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Last thing, any update on Michael and CC situation? We haven't heard from him in a while.
Um, he's going to come up here and tell everything after all the court stuff is done. And I've seen a shit ton of stuff that I can't tell you because it's got to go to court yet. But I've seen court documents. I've seen things from his lawyers and stuff, and they dropped the offer he got was that they dropped the two biggest charges because he was able to prove that they were bullshit. But he's gonna take a plea deal, which he's got enough evidence. He could probably take that to court and probably maybe beat it. But the thing is, if he takes it to court, he's got to take it all to court, and if shit goes wrong, he's fucked. But the offer that he has that I believe he's going to take, um, they drop the two biggest charges. He takes the hit on a misdemeanor, no jail time, and I can't remember how much house arrest. But yeah, that's what it comes down to.
Not to jump back to the Ed thing, but LB voices a perspective that I think some people share. She says, I wasn't an Ed enemy, and I judged that situation based on the fact that he had hid it for years and compromised cases by doing so. That's something I didn't bring up. People feel like he compromised bread catches.
People keep saying that, but I don't think, like, he's not, except for, well, maybe except for the Florida ones, but he's identified. Look, I couldn't even tell you how many people he's identified. Like, I don't know, dozens, if not hundreds. But the thing is, like, the people that look up the information, and I've been pretty good friends with a lot of decoys. Fucking decoy lived with me for a while. And I've never heard of the person that only looks up the information. I've never heard of them getting called to court. I've never heard of them getting questioned. So people saying that Ed's going to compromise the case, I really don't think so because he's not a decoy. He didn't do the catch. He didn't have any contact with the Preds. So I really highly doubt that it would compromise the case.
And so the idea behind that is that, let's say Ed helps with a case on catching a Pred, right? And the Pred lawyers up and they do discovery and they find out one of the people on the decoy team or whatever has these, whatever you want to call it, has this report from the AG, the Attorney General, and that would maybe somehow hurt the catcher's case. Is that?
Most of the time, like from the cases, and I can only go on the cases that I've actually seen presented. Like never once have I ever seen that. Like when the decoy submits their report, and I've seen maybe 20 of them, but the ones that I have seen, like they never once even talk about who ran the guy's information. You know what I mean? It's not really relevant. They just, hey, we identified this guy. Here's the date, blah blah blah, and here's what we talked about. I've never seen the person. There's really no reason to name who just looked up his information. You know what I mean? I mean, a defense attorney's job is to use anything they can. Absolutely. But Ed doesn't. Ed's not a decoy. He doesn't have any contact with the Pred.
Yeah, LB, what do you mean? How did he compromise cases? Not that I'm denying that he did. I just want to hear what that exact argument is. Is it how I phrased it? Like, if it's Ed compromised cases only in situations where the pedophile might sue and find out that Ed was working on the case, right? That has to be what it is. How else would they know?
Okay. Even if they, yeah, exactly. Even if they uncover that, even if they ask that question, so what? All he did was look up. Basically, I mean, think of it in simpler terms. Basically, opened up a phone book and pointed to the guy's name, and then show it to somebody else. Right? He has nothing to do with the actual case. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it has not been charged, so all we have is allegations, and it's supposed to be, legally innocent until proven guilty. So Ed has not been proven guilty. So how? That's like saying, uh, you know, I guess when you break it down, that I don't see how that makes sense. How he compromised catches, because if he's not convicted,
Right.
could they how could they hold it against him? Oh, this guy's been
Right.
accused of this. That's really gonna. No, I want that explained. Yeah.
Yeah. And they probably wouldn't even look into Ed, even if they knew that it was him that found the information. Uh, they probably won't even find out. And even if they did, and even if he was convicted, so what as far as that goes? Because like he's not. He has nothing to do with the actual catch. He has nothing to do with the decoying. He's got nothing to do with any of that. I mean, if you're going to say that, you could probably say, okay, like when there's a live catch and people are in the chat saying, okay, ask the pred this question, and the catcher asks a pred that question, are they going to look at even though that has more to do with the catch than looking up somebody's information? Are they going to look up that person and see if they had anything to do with CP? Probably not. Augmented video is oh man, I can't read it now. Cost for 30 of those 38 cases dropped. Huh. I didn't know those statistics, no.
Angela G says Edward's case is closed per the court. But I recently heard the other side say that one of them has a document that says they tried to subpoena the body cam footage, and apparently they got a response back that says, no, we cannot issue this body cam footage to you because this case is still open.
I've not seen any of that, but I know, and this actually happened with Michael's case. He had some of the records sealed, so people won't be able to get them. And I don't know, but that could be the case there. It's possible somebody had those records sealed because sometimes the judge will do that, and sometimes they won't. But I'm not saying that's what happened because I don't know. But yeah, there's a lot of reasons why records can be sealed.
Where's Ed at? We could get him on and clear the air about this stuff and be and not resort to any screaming. Yeah.
That's cool with me. He's welcome up anytime. Ed, if you're out there, jump on up here, man. I'll keep a leash on Mitch.
And also, if anyone has those screenshots from Damone where he says that he tried to foil the body cam on April 30th and apparently got a response back that says the case is still open, because
I've not seen that, so I couldn't tell you. But coming from Damone, I would have to actually see the actual documents before I would believe it.
no, you wouldn't besmirch the good name of Damone.
Yeah. He reeks of soy.
That's how you feel about Damone? Were you guys ever friends?
Not friends. We used to get along. We got along okay, but I wouldn't say we were friends. Like I don't think we. No, we talked in DMs very little. So like we weren't. We got along okay, but um, yeah. Now he's another one throwing out fucking lies about me.
No,
He's
I'm sure you have no love lost for Tommy, but
no.
has your opinion changed at all over the years? Because I don't hear you talking about him much really. It seems like you're like kind of over it.
My opinion has not changed of him, but I'm so fucking sick of hearing about Tommy. I don't need to talk about it here. You know what I mean? We already have, we've got, there's a website. I don't even know how many YouTube channels about Tommy and his bullshit, right? Um, like I've said from the beginning, my channel is not going to be another, Tommy hating channel. Um, I mean, we hate Tommy here, but like that's not going to be my focus. And we do talk about him occasionally. Um, but no, my opinion has not changed. Look, I'm sick of it, man. I am fucking sick of it.
Well, you
So
are not. That story you told about how you were questioning Ed when he started to become more focused on Tommy. You're like, I think that said a lot, and I. It's obviously not just Ed. It seems like you're kind of surrounded by people who became, and I'm not judging. I've become. They call it a-logging. You ever heard this term, Bill?
A-logging, no, you're gonna have to explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old.
It's basically, uh, it's trolling someone obsessively on the internet, and there, Tommy has a lot of a-logs. There's something about him where people.
Yeah, but the thing is though, like most of the stuff, at least that people call him out on, is fucking true. Uh, like he does lie about where the money goes. He does drive big. He said all kinds of fucking nasty shit about me that's not fucking true. Um, and yeah, to answer your question, yes, I am surrounded by people that don't like Tommy, and it kind of forces you into groups together, especially because I mean I don't know how far back you go, but like I one of the people that people bring problems to, and I try to solve it, behind I hate that fucking term now. It sounds so fucking gay to me now, but behind the scenes, I try to handle it quietly, and most of the time I can. Sometimes I take shit public, because the private way didn't work or whatever. But so yeah, people have come to me with other shit about Tommy, and well, okay, like Matt's gone now. It used to be I would refer them like to Matt or refer them to Ed, and people have reasons why they don't want to talk to Ed now. But there's other stuff that people have come to me with that I know about. I don't fucking feel like taking some of this shit on. Or there was another case. I don't even want to mention what it was that I have talked about. Um, and then but the person involved in it said, "Hey, please don't talk about it anymore." So yeah, there's been a few things like that happen. Um, a lot of it's
Wow.
all along the same lines as other shit that he's already been called out for, So, I mean, even okay, let's say we had 50 more people say, "Yeah, Tommy ripped me off," or two more people that said, "Okay, he did some bad things to me," right? Like it still would not change a goddamn thing because his simps are going to support him no matter what. Um, and there's already enough out there that if you don't like the guy, there's already enough out there you don't really need anymore. But yeah, it just wouldn't change a goddamn thing, and I'm sick of it. Hey, what's going on? Oh, all right. I don't know what happened, but you're welcome to come back up.
They had a clip they'd like me to play. It's from a channel on Rumble. It looks like it's Tommy. Looks like a clip of Tommy. I can share it, and you can tell me if you want to play it. I mean, it's up to you.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
Okay.
Yeah, Drama Queen 101. Tommy's bullshit is so bad the news got involved. Not that I put a lot of stock really into the news, but if there's not a juicy story there, then I'm not gonna fuck with it. Yeah, I've said that before. Okay, hold on. What is in the?
You see the clip title?
Yeah, I'm trying to. Hold on, I see it in private chat, but I think I got to give you access to do it again, right?
I think if you look in StreamYard, there should just be an option to add to stream on the bottom.
I've got, okay, there it is. Yeah, it wasn't there before. There you go.
Perfect.
Lighter. You have my lighter.
And just so for the record, someone named Colorado News and Drama Patrol dropped in to the panel and dropped us this link and said and asked us to.
That's my lighter.
I don't even know how I got it. I didn't see any lines or anything. You didn't. I thought you said you did. I thought no, you
Quiet. I'm live.
Oh God, he's drunk.
You tell me, but yeah, you're fucking. Sorry, guys. Anyways, we just got back from the casino. Daps is mad. He lost $7 at the slot machine table. I don't know what happened. How much you lose?
What?
How much you lose?
92, man.
Oh, he won 92. Did you cash it in?
Yes, I did.
How much you walk away with?
Okay, so he went live, and this wasn't a catch. And he's even admitting he's had a few drinks. He's on the boardwalk. Maybe they're celebrating a catch or whatever. Colorado News and Drama Patrol, help us understand. What we're supposed to glean from this. Just that Tommy's has a problem with alcohol, or
During catch. Oh wait, no, it says no catch. Sorry guys, not there, but
nice try, Cole.
what? Might have had the sauce and one White Claw.
No, this A-logging game is there's an art to it, you know? You can't come across as a hater.
Well, the thing is, though, is anybody that says negative stuff about Tommy, they say, oh, they're trolls, when a lot of them aren't really trolls. They're just voicing what's true, you know? Or they're called haters, even though they might not necessarily be a hater. They're just calling it like they see it. You know what I mean?
I think there are legitimate things to this is just for me from an outsider perspective. I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm looking at both sides, and I do see that Tommy is a flawed man, and he admits that readily. And he's made some,
Some. Oh no, you didn't hear. He was like, did I do crimes? Yes. Did I get away with it? Yes. It was. I think it was on Colorado's page. It was like 3 statements, and it was just like, ouch, ouch. I threw the car on myself. But I mean, some people like cars on them.
Okay, Cole, you don't like Tommy. Like, how did that start?
I love Tommy. What are you talking about? CPP forever, Colorado Pathological Patrol. Yeah. Yeah.
Cole, was there ever a time where you watched CPP and you actually liked him, and then you started?
Not a day in my fucking life.
You never liked him.
Not one day. No, thought he sucked. Still think he sucks.
The first time you saw him, you sensed something bad in him?
A scammer. Yeah.
And
you know, a person who's designed to take your money. You know, give me your credit card. What's your mother's maiden name? How can I take your information and take all of your money and leave your grandmother homeless and sad?
no better than those Indian scammers.
What is the difference? Except one comes from India and one comes from down the street.
So you believe that Tommy could care less about saving children? It's just an industry he got into to make money.
Yes.
Sure.
It's just another hustle.
Yeah, WWE wrestler. I'm gonna come through and I'm gonna save your kids, brother. I'm gonna save your kids. You know, at the end of the show, he's getting drunk and talking about his life. You know, was it high flying, jet flying? Yeah, like
Ric Flair.
Mitch, have you heard that that interview where the cops called Tommy in for a talk, and they were like, "Hey, you haven't sent us the rest of the stuff for this, that, and the other."
Yeah.
It's pretty clear right there because he talks more about his channel, and it's pretty clear that it's just another hustle, and I've seen that in a lot of catchers, and I am not against. I think catchers should make money. Most of them deserve it. But when you're lying about saying, "Oh, I need this much money for this trip and that trip," and then the trip never happens after people have donated and whatever, shit like that, and saying that you're a 501c3 when you're not, bad enough that the news got involved twice. I mean, that's the kind of shit I don't like.
yeah, but isn't this what we're not supposed to be talking about? I figured most people know of this. I mean, we're not at a casino, Crying Wolf Casino. Yeah, let's not get into that. Again,
Yeah.
if I'm at a casino and I hear certain things, yeah, come on, little guy. We're going to get you out of here. You're not crying wolf at my house. No, sir. Just saying.
Well, I know
Well,
people get annoyed because I come on and I ask questions that you guys have already talked about, but it's because I don't get to keep up,
Nah, dude, I'm loving your questions. And I'm pretty sure you're loving the questions too. They're good questions. Yes, they are uncomfortable, but I'm going to answer them horribly. I'm
here's
going to
the
answer them
deal.
terribly.
I get agitated sometimes because I have to repeat myself and tell the same stories again and again, and I do get agitated and I do say smart ass shit to people. But it's kind of about presentation. You know what I mean? You're not barking, you're not yelling, screaming. You know what I mean? There's a difference. So.
Thanks for the $7, guys.
And I'll
Thanks
tell
for the
you
20,
right
guys.
now, I support all catchers until given a reason not to. I mean, I was there when Tommy had less than 20 people in his chat. I was one of the first mods. I was second in command on his first Discord that he wasn't even in. But like before, it was fashionable to call him out and not like him. I just stopped. Well, I just stopped watching. I didn't say I could just tell that he was a liar. Like he will contradict himself in the same fucking paragraph, and I can't understand how people don't see it.
You
And
can only watch a certain wrestling match a certain amount of times.
right.
After a while, it just gets stale. It gets stale. You see the same thing every time, and it never changes. That's why I stopped watching WWE back in the day. I dabble back in here and there, but it's always the same story over and over again. How many times can a big boss man wrestle The Rock? The answer is a fucking lot. That's it.
Yeah, I never.
So this is why we have an alternative like AEW.
To AEW. I'm tired of watching John Moxley bleed every week. Can you do some duets with somebody? Fall in love for a segment? Nope. Just cut his face open every week.
All right, Cole, we got to save this for the Ed panel. Bill is not as big of a nerd as us.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not much into WWE. I mean, when I watched WWE, fucking Captain Lou Albano was a big deal. That tells you how long it's been. And I've not even watched it since The Undertaker retired.
He recently came back. I think that was last week. Yep, here I go.
Oh shit, I'm broke. I know they'll pay me triple if I come back. That same thing with rock stars, man. Like I saw David Coverdale. He's doing concerts again. The dude's in his 70s, right? And When you're 70, you can't sing like you. So he's fucking doing the Milli Vanilli thing anyway, which irritates me. And then he's up on stage. He's 70 years old. Obviously, I mean, it's a damn good wig, but you can still tell it's a wig. But he's up there like thrusting his hips and shit, the same way he did when he was 25. And it's just fucking embarrassing, man. It's like all these guys, all these rock stars back in the day, they didn't make they got fucked on their contracts. The record companies made all the money. Um, so they're broke when they're 70 and should be chilling out on a boat with a fishing pole. And now they're back up on stage trying to do the same shit they did when they were 25. And it's just embarrassing sometimes.
Yeah, but part of it is objectively, Bill. And I know every old person has always said this throughout time is like, oh, this young, these young people's music, it's horseshit. But like objectively, they're not making good music anymore. Otherwise, there would have been someone to replace Stones. There would have been someone to replace Aerosmith by now.
Well, that's the thing.
These people are still in demand because there's no one good has come along.
Right. Yeah. No, you're right. Like they're trying to figure out a way. They're having computers write music that people are supposed to like, and it's not working. There's no soul in that. Like fucking auto tune. You know, fucking that. Oh man. Like even the quote unquote hit songs today, they call it sampling, but it's really theft. They use drum beats from old rock songs, and then they have auto tune in there, and like it's so flat. Like there's no part of the thing for good music is that it's got a little bit of soul in it. And when you fucking synchronize shit and get shit so perfectly aligned, and fucking there's just you can't replicate. AI cannot replicate the soul. You know what I mean? Slash is not the most technical player in the world, but he's got that fucking groove that you can't replace.
He's also a deity, Gunther Slash. If you watch South Park,
it's been a while, but yeah,
it was a really good episode. And people like Pat Benatar, you gotta have that soul.
So what you guys are saying is that we need to learn how to program a soul into the AI.
Well, that would probably make better music, but that's scary as hell.
Because then you would have to put something in there to quantify as a heart, something to pump that. Soul is more, but see, now we're getting into ethereal aesthetics here, but it's just, you would have to acknowledge the existence of a soul to recreate it.
Well, I mean,
scientifically,
soul is, I mean, really, for lack of a better word, whether you believe people actually have souls or not. I mean, there's a certain lilt or whatever you want to call it to a human being that is fallible, jamming out versus a computer that never makes any mistakes and everything is always like exactly the same every fucking time. Even though a guitar player might play the same, like Eddie Van Halen could replay Eruption, and when I was younger, I could play Eruption, and it's fucking not easy. I've heard people say, "Oh, he just plays up and down the scale." Okay, the scale, like there's only one, and but anyway, he could do it, and it sounds perfect to our human ears, but it's never going to be 100% exactly the same way, and that little bit of being off, even though you really can't hear it, your mind really doesn't catch it. That's kind of where some of the soul is at. You know what I mean? I don't know.
If you've ever been in a room where people are jamming, there's something undeniable that like you have to be in the same room for. People are exchanging energy. Mm-hmm. And so maybe this AI revolution that we all fucking hate is teaching us something about ourselves. And making us appreciate this kind of thing for the first time.
No, that's a valid point. Yeah, it's just people have gotten so fucking lazy that they don't even want to take the time to get them. Like starting a band is hard. I've been in several. I mean, first, I mean, you got to find a group of guys that want to do it, and then you got to find somebody who actually has equipment. And there's always some bass player or guitar player that has a guitar and no amp. Well, like putting a real band together is not easy. And then you got to be able to gel with each other. You got to kind of be, even if you play the same music, there's something about it. Even if like you both know the same songs, there are certain people that when you put them together, they cannot jam together. They just it just doesn't work, even though it's the same goddamn song. Um, it's hard to explain, but like I said, I've been in several bands, and one of them I got to say we were pretty damn good, but most of them sucked. But even if your band sucks, like people will still come to watch. They'll be, oh yeah, man, you guys are awesome, even though you're not. You know what I mean? But you put that live feel into whether it's a room that only holds 12 people or a festival where you're playing for a couple of thousand. It's like that's that same fucking. There's just an energy there that you really you don't hear it, you don't see it. It's just there.
It's about the music, man. It's about the music. Can I tell you guys a quick story? I've always got a little story. I was at a Thrice concert yesterday. The lead singer of Thrice. That's where I was at Starland Ballroom yesterday. His voice ran out. Like there are two parts of the next tour that they're not going to be able to do as the gentleman's voice recovers. So as we're sitting here, it's me and about 700 people I've never met before. It's 20th anniversary of Artists in the Ambulance, and he lets us know. He gets on there. And he's like, guys, I can't really sing. So what did we do? 700 of us. We scream at the top of our lungs, song for song.
Hmm.
Soul. We connected. We all connected. 700 people in that one moment, and I'm guaranteeing you it was 700 people screaming lyrics. Never met each other. Don't know each other. Women, children, kids, black, white, upside down. That's soul. Tell you
Yeah,
what, find me an AI that can recreate that. I'll make her my wife.
yeah. Whether you wear Calvin Klein underwear or go commando, man, you can always meet on the same page with that shit.
It's about the soul of your jeans.
That's it, he brings up a good point, Cole, and I think it actually speaks to my point where are all the good bands of today? If they were like Thrice is from 20 years ago. I used to go to Thrice shows when I was a teenager, and young Cole here is still going to Thrice shows 20 years later. Where's today's version of Thrice? And I see kids today wearing Avenged Sevenfold, bands that were popular, when I was a teenager.
Yeah, but most of them can't name one song.
No, they're doing it for clout. They got the
Yeah,
shirt at
we did an
Goodwill.
hour set. They did the entire Arts in the Ambulance from first track to last track. I just happen to know the words, so it made it easier for me. Luckily, I could have been pretending. Could have been in like low talking. Nah, when a man's voice doesn't work, your voice has to, or you're just not going to hear anything.
Bill, do you know Thrice? They're like an indie
No,
band from 20 years ago.
never heard of them, man.
Cole went to the show yesterday and knew all the lyrics, and he had an out of body experience that the AI could not replicate.
That was from the cocaine. AI cannot
Yeah.
replicate cocaine either. Because if it could, I'd have a fucking computer.
Well, Cole, there was a mosh pit there at some point, right? I'm imagining.
It's death metal. If you don't have a mosh pit, you're not death metal.
Oh, I love mosh pits. Man, I've
But
been in a
no,
mosh
wait a
pit.
second. No, you're right. It was not possible. This specific concert, 'cause Starland is a really small venue. No, if you would have even moved, you would have hurt someone. These were more, distinguished people, a little older, 30s, 40s. So no, there wasn't a mosh pit, but a couple of people, did get thrown up, and a couple of people did get hurt. But it was like tight.
There was
But Mushroom Head that I went to. Sorry, y'all. Sorry.
There was a circle pit and people jumping off the stage.
Can't circle pit in Starland on that day. It was far too many people. The previous Sunday, I went to see Mushroom Head though, and that circle was insane because it's less people.
You talking about Mushroom Head reminds me of something. I like Mushroom Head's first album, and I like some more of the shit later on. But there are a lot of bands where like the first album is really good, and I can only really speak on metal and shit like that. But like their first album is really good, and then after that, not so great because the first album gets them a record contract, and then the record company is like, okay, you got to change this, change that because we want this to go on the radio, and it kind of takes out some of the soul. It's like it's like Skid Row. Their stuff was kind of heavy or whatever, but when you went and saw them in concert, they just fucking blew it away, man. Because they played like they wanted to play and not like the fucking record company made them play because they think that's what we want to hear.
I wish I could stay on my pizza came and I'm a lazy American, but like Prince says, uh, only your masters, only your masters. Gotta go, y'all.
All right, man.
Bye, Cole. So Cole was a black guy who likes indie rock from 20 years ago, and metal and Mushroomhead.
Hey, nothing wrong with that.
No, nothing wrong with that at all.
Yeah, I remember when Slipknot first came. I mean, back then, like there was no fucking internet. If you wanted music other than the shit that you could use a cassette and rip off of the radio, but there were hardly any channels that played the kind of stuff I wanted to listen to. So to get music that I liked, I either had to know somebody that had it and I could fucking copy it off of a copy, off of a copy, off of a copy on a fucking cassette, or you could find somebody to drive you. Before I had a driver's license, somebody to drive you 50 miles to buy whatever. Because like metal was outlawed, like in my local towns because of the Satanic Panic. But that's a whole other thing. So it wasn't real easy to get music that I liked, and like I remember when Slipknot first came out, like they're copies of copies of copies of cassette tapes, which really fucks up the quality. We're going around, and I had a hold of that before there was a Slipknot T-shirt that I ever saw, right? And then because of the mask and because of like kind of the style of music, we were all like, oh, cool, these guys are like Mushroom Head. And then fast forward a year, and there was this big divide of Slipknot fans versus Mushroom Head fans, and like it was as bad, and it was actually worse than like the Tommy side versus the anti-Tommy side. I mean, it was like there was violence, I don't know, it was just wild.
When I was a kid, my dad wouldn't let us listen to Pearl Jam or Nirvana, and my brother wasn't allowed to get a Lenny Kravitz tape because he had his shirt off on the cover.
Yeah.
And we all, my siblings, we all made fun of my dad for that for the longest time, and now I realize, wow, he was right. Like he should have kept us from that. Like those are adult themes.
Well, I mean that kind of stuff, the topless cover. I can kind of get that, but man, dude, the Satanic Panic was crazy because they thought all bands were Satanist, and then the bands thought it was funny, so they started acting like Satanists. But yeah, I had to hide my music from my parents. I had a cassette Walkman. I don't know what a Walkman is, but I had to hide all my tapes. It was Motley Crue and Black Sabbath and shit like that. Like this was before Pearl Jam and Nirvana.
Right.
But yeah, if they found it, they would fucking burn it. They were convinced that all heavy metal were all Satanist, and yeah.
Okay, so what the fuck was the Satanic Panic? Compare what you thought when you went through it and what you come to realize what it is.
Well, I still think it was ridiculous.
From the beginning,
the PMRC made shit up like crazy. If you can find it, we can try to play it here. But look up Dee Snider speaks to Congress. They were coming down on him because they had a song. What was it called? Anyway, they had a song that talked about the blade was cutting all this kind of stuff. And fucking Al Gore's wife, Tipper, she was a big part of the PMRC. And she was like, "Oh, this is about sadomasochism, blah blah blah," and D. Snyder was like, "No, it's about my drummer's throat surgery." He's like, "I don't know what because it means that to you. You got to think about where your mind's at. It's just funnier and shit."
In other words, he's talking about, this is a capitalist society, and I'm trying to make a buck. Like, who are you?
No, it was more about freedom of speech because they wanted to ban heavy metal. Like, this is why, like when you buy an album, you don't really buy albums at the store anymore, but like there's a parental advisory sticker on there. That was the compromise because they wanted to ban this music. They didn't want anybody to have it. And what came out of that was you got a sticker on your album that said parental advisory. That's where that all came from.
That's how that all started.
Mm-hmm.
But that just made it cooler when they put that sticker on.
Absolutely.
You're like, yeah. Imagine buying a album that didn't have the parental advisory.
Yeah.
So it's all this freaking psychological operation.
It was just about fucking control. It's like it is now with our fucking YouTube channels. They didn't call it clout back then, but like people just find a way to get attention and they just go after people even though there's no substance behind it. You know what I mean? She was I can't remember if he was a senator or governor at the time or what, but it was Al Gore's wife, Tipper, and like she just bored housewife, nothing to do. So these people put out something I don't like, so I'm gonna try to ban it. You know what I mean? It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
All right, I got it loaded up. D. Snyder versus Tipper Gore, 1984, at the Senate hearings.
Yes.
And I'm intrigued to watch this. I got to be honest. And
all right.
I've never seen it before, but I got to be honest. I'm a conspiracy theorist, so I'm going to go in automatically thinking, oh, these people are working together to put on a show for us to accomplish some kind of agenda. But
well, I understand that, and I love to entertain conspiracy theories, but like back in the day, like I kind of lived through all this shit, and I really doubt it.
okay.
But okay, so yeah, we can play it, and you can form your opinion.
Okay. I'm gonna watch it as if I am a young Bill Powell, wide-eyed and bushy-tailed, optimistic about the world and the best intentions, and I believe in the good of all
dude, I have never been optimistic about this world, so you can get that shit out of your head right now.
Okay, I'll just watch as if I'll give D. Snyder and Tipper Gore the benefit of the doubt as if they are genuine in their argument.
All right.
To some parents in the 1980s, D. Snyder of Twisted Sister was the most dangerous guy on the planet. This was when metal met its first organized attack. Twisted Sister and 8 other metal bands were placed on a list called the Filthy 15 because their music was deemed offensive by the Parents Music Resource Center. D. Snyder was summoned to testify before the U.S. Congress to defend his music and his livelihood.
I'm air guitaring right now, by the way.
Turn the cam on and show us.
1984 was a pretty insane time for Twisted Sister. We were hearing bits and pieces about this Parents Music Resource Center and Tipper Gore, but not really registering because we were getting protests and religious groups at every show. So just another parent group that, was putting Twisted Sister on a list of targets.
We have always talked about the positive aspects of the music industry, but of course, the highlight has been on the excesses that have been allowed to develop as we have tried to focus our concern on those excesses.
Somebody approached our...
So she's dressed in a exact replica of the Star Trek, the new Next Generation costume. You're telling me that's an accident?
Dude, that was the 80s were a wild time for styles, I'm not gonna lie. And just for the record, I fucked the shit out of her. All right, I'm gonna get up.
Bill Powell had the hots for Tipper Gore. You heard it here first.
Let's go. I knew that they were, like everybody else, grossly underestimating me. I knew that they viewed me as just another dunderheaded rocker, and they would bring me in, make me look like a fool, and I would help their cause. They did not know that I could construct a sentence and speak English fluently. And I'm there in my cut-off denim, my skin-tight jeans, my snakeskin boots, and a little bit of eye makeup left underneath, and my big hair. And I ain't getting dressed up for nobody. I'm a dirtbag, and I'm proud. And I'm playing these people like, mentally, I'm setting these guys up for the kill. I have got my speech in my back pocket, which I have worked on for a few weeks and honed and refined till it's a freaking nuclear weapon. Folded up like a gazillion times, like a bad kid bringing his homework to school. When I open it up and I'm flattening it out on the table, really deliberate. And they're going, oh man, this is a lamb being brought to the slaughter. And I start reading.
Since I seem to be the only person addressing this committee today who has been a direct target of accusations from the presumably responsible PMRC, I would like to use this occasion to speak on a more personal note and show just how unfair the whole concept of lyrical interpretation and judgment can be, and how many times this can amount to little more than character assassination.
And I am just tearing apart everything that they've accused me of, disproving beyond a shadow of a doubt that everything they've accused me of has been wrong, false, and they are scrambling. They were saying that Under the Blade was about sadomasochism and bondage. It was about my guitar player's throat operation.
It's not really.
Oh, that's the part you were talking about.
Yeah, I said drummer. I fucked up, but yeah.
No. That part's not important. It's that these people trying to censor were interpreting his lyrics for themselves. What he wrote that song about had nothing to do with it had to do with his bandmates.
Yeah, it was their dirty mind. It was the senator's wife's dirty mind, not Dee Snider's.
Yeah. Right. So when you're doing art and you're writing lyrics, who is anyone to say what you mean by them? And then, it's how do you reconcile that with a country that's supposed to believe in free speech? Like, how did it even get to this far?
Exactly. Why is it even on the table to ban any kind of art? I mean, if you go through the whole court case of the People versus Larry Flint started Hustler magazine, which is a dirty book, by the way, just so you know. If you go through all that, I mean, he actually got shot and put in a wheelchair because of it. But yeah, there is with some things there's a fine line between censorship, and some people don't understand what art is, and yeah. Hang on, I gotta mute up, man.
You gotta go. Wait, we gotta go.
I just gotta mute for a minute.
Okay, no problem. I'll play the rest of this clip.
They were saying that Under the Blade was about sadomasochism and bondage. It was about my guitar player's throat operation.
It's not really a wild leap of the imagination to jump to the conclusion that that's about something other than surgery or hospitals, neither of which are mentioned in the song.
No, it's not a wild jump, and I think what I said in one part was that songs allow a person to put their own imagination, experiences, and dreams into the lyrics. People can interpret it many ways. Ms. Gore was looking for sadomasochism and bondage, and she found it. Someone looking for surgical references would have found it as well.
Yeah.
I said, I can't help that Tipper Gore's got a dirty mind, and Al Gore just, oh my God, he really jumped over the table. They were saying, we're not going to take it. What should be on the filthy 15 for violence, and it was no more violent than the Declaration of Independence.
The PMRC rated songs according to violence, the occult, sex, drugs, and alcohol. And although Dee Snider talked about throat operations and standing up for your rights, most metal songs deal with much more provocative themes. Themes like hedonism, religion, death, and sexuality.
Bill, are you there? I wanted to go back to something Bill talked about where he is talking about the community and the origins of how he became like a gatekeeper, essentially.
I really fucking hate that term. Like
Yeah.
it didn't used to mean, it really didn't, man, it did not mean what it means now. And then you had a bunch of people, you know, I want to be a gatekeeper and sticking there. Yeah. It just, that term just sounds stupid to me now, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, was actually going to be exactly my point. As you were talking, and you were talking about your motives and your incentives for sort of becoming the figure you became, is that you saw some foul shit going on in a community you cared about, and this term gatekeeper has a negative connotation. But what are you supposed to do, like, as one of the sort of elders of this group? You see innocent people being taken advantage of. I mean, isn't it kind of your duty and obligation to band together with the other, veterans of the community and weed these people out? And all of a sudden, gatekeeping is a bad word. Like, what are you supposed to do?
Right. I mean, it was never my intention when all I wanted to do was help catchers, you know, and it's just kind of like you get to know people, you start caring about them, and you see them get fucked over. And, you know, I'm the type of guy in real life, you know, if I'm in a bar and somebody starts shit with my friend, I'm standing up, you know what I mean? And like nobody else was, right? So I'm like, oh, fuck it, I'll do something about this. And again, it was more simplified back then because we didn't have a million YouTube channels picking everything apart, making up shit, you know. And I did not come up with that term. I don't know who started calling us that, but it just started becoming a thing. And yeah, at one time it was a good thing, but it's been so diluted and convoluted that it's just bullshit now. And I think a lot of people, I mean, along with it, I mean, I never wanted this kind of attention, but that it's just going to kind of come with the territory. And I think some people saw that and they wanted attention. So like they started trying to do shit and not necessarily doing the right thing. And, you know, if they can't get attention in a good way, they will get it in another way. And if that means trying to tear down the person that has what they want, then they're not above it. I mean, we see it every day. And I'm not like, that sounds so fucking arrogant, but I'm not, it's not. Yeah, I don't know how else to word it.
Well, we criticized Nunya earlier, and we talked about the rabid support she seems to be getting, and you know how it goes. You go online, you say your piece. Maybe don't expect that your message is going to resonate with a bunch of people. Like, in your mind, you're doing what you think is right. You're a veteran in this community. You see some shenanigans happen, you speak up, you get with some other veterans, you say, let's handle this, let's like make things better. You don't expect to attract a fan club, necessarily. Like, how many? I doubt that was like
No,
your mind when you started. But you speak your piece.
But there were people that, when I spoke, people listened. And when Locksmith started his channel, like people had talked to me about starting that kind of channel with them, and I always refused it. The theory was that it would give people a place to hash out their differences instead of in catchers chats, which in theory is great. And if that's all it was, it'd be great. But I knew that it was going to turn out just like this, so I always turned it down, And then Locksmith started his channel, and there was a group of like 40 or 50 people or so that they would go wherever I was. So he would have people on his channel calling me out for shit all the time just to get me on there because more people would watch. That's this chick I was talking about earlier that's like said, oh, he threatened to dox me. I fucking proved that she was a liar on Locksmith's channel because of this shit. Because I played like an hour and a half long phone call that proved she lied. And now they're trying to rehash it. And fuck, I don't have that phone call anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
well, just the fact you got to that point, that's not your first like kind of instinct is to go do a drama panel and show an hour-long receipt to locksmith. Like it's not like a big
no, I was
thing that
never
you
planning
felt
on
like
doing that. And
you had to do this to defend yourself.
right, and that's the thing is like if I just wanted attention over whatever, the reason I recorded that phone call, and it's I like maybe 5 phone calls throughout this community because I felt like I really should. Um, we'd had a phone call before that, and I didn't record it because I wasn't ever planning on doing anything with it. But that's when I realized she was lying about shit, so I recorded the second phone call. I wish to God I had the first one recorded because it was better. But yes, I 100%, and I've talked about this. I have posted our messages in the past. They might even still be up on my Dramagram account. I don't know. Yes, I did tell her that I was going to give her information to every troll in the community. I was never ever going to make it public, but I did that because she was doxing other people that I gave a shit about,
I
and so
saw
and
those
lying
screenshots. I
about
saw
some
those
people.
screenshots.
And okay, I didn't really. Okay,
I saw the screenshot you're talking about of the combo.
okay, it's still up then.
It was, I don't know. I forget where I saw this. It was probably on Nunya's stream, right?
Okay. Well, dude, I guarantee you they only showed part of it. I guarantee you they didn't show the whole thing. And there's a reason for that.
I take that back. I forget where I saw it, but it's definitely a screenshot and it's of a conversation and the other person isn't saying anything and you're saying what you were just saying. Yeah. So,
Yeah, I
I can
100% said
confirm.
it. I have never denied that. But when they passed around screenshots of what Bill Powell said to this poor woman, they only show part of it. And I was a fucking asshole, but I had a reason to be an asshole. I don't just take off after people for no fucking reason. If I go out after somebody, like something's happened, I don't just go after random people for no fucking reason.
Well, when they're showing that screenshot, they're saying, what are they trying to say? They're saying that it shows you saying it basically looks like blackmail. That's what they're trying to say, right? That you go up and DM people's DMs and you try to control what they say. Otherwise, you'll release what you have about them.
I don't do that for no reason. It wasn't. You can interpret it as blackmail, but that wasn't really the point. Was she was doxing other people, and she thought it was funny, but and then somebody, I'm not going to say who, but somebody gave me her information. It was like, hey, here's this, do what you want with it. And like she just fucking kept doxing these people, and I'd had her information for a while. And I was like, hey, if you keep doing this to people, then it's going to be done to you. Now, I was never going to make it public. I don't remember how I worded it, but I said something like, I'm going to give this to every troll in the community, and then they can do what they want. I don't remember my exact word. It was something like that. I don't remember now, but.
Is that blackmail? It's not like you felt compelled to come to her with this after a series of events that unfolded. You didn't come to her out of the blue and say, listen, you're going to work for me now.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, I would never go just to an innocent person and be like, hey, no, I don't do that. They like to pass around screenshots of girls that I was friendly with. And like our exchanges went both ways. I don't fucking just go and talk to a woman and say dirty shit to her if she's not interested in talking like that, because that's a little bit creepy. But what they like to do is they just like to show the like little parts of our conversation that make it look a certain way, which is exactly what they did there. But if you look at the whole thing, and I don't want to put out the whole thing because there's like other shit in there that some of it's about other people, and some of it is nobody's business, and some of it is pictures that I could never put on YouTube, and I would never put those out anyway. But yeah, they just like to twist things a certain way.
Well, how are you going to know? Some women want to be talked to that way by a stranger.
Sure.
And how are you going to know unless you try it? And if you basically make it a taboo for men to ever get creepy with a woman they don't know, all you're doing is depriving those women who are into that of satisfaction. And is that fair?
Yes, it is my job to. I love how you worded that. Yes, damn it, it is my job to satisfy every woman in this community that wants to be satisfied, and some that don't.
No, we don't agree with
Look,
that.
the majority of the females that I talk to, and again, at the risk of sounding arrogant, but like there's a reason for it. The majority of the women that I talk to like hit me up first on Instagram. The majority of the time, it's like because something's happened and they need help or they have a question about something or whatever. And the majority of the time when we talk, frisky or whatever, we've already been talking that way, like in YouTube chats, right? So it's kind of already, you know what I mean? And then from there, sometimes I've gotten to know some ladies very well because we were flirting in YouTube chats, and then we started talking on Instagram and got to know each other. And some of them I really grew to really give a shit about, you know. So it's not all about, you know what I mean? It's I don't know. I probably had more. Well, no, I know I've had more like emotional type. They're having a problem or whatever. Or maybe I'm having a problem. I've had way more like emotional type conversations than I've had like dirty conversations. You know what I mean? Yeah, it just
Well,
depends on them.
you've admitted more openly than anyone I've ever really seen that yeah, your channel your channel results in attention from women, and that's
Yeah,
part of your thing. And so you've been that upfront with it. So any woman who decides to engage with you, like
they know what they're getting into,
you've been upfront about it. So,
and
but
and here's
has it ever gone bad? Have you ever had a woman? I haven't seen any women come out about you publicly.
has it ever gone bad? Not from talking dirty, except for the ones that try to make it look a certain way. Things have gone bad, man. I got to be real careful because I don't want to leave any clues what I'm talking about. I'm not trying to talk shit about anybody because I still care about even the ones that didn't end very well. I still give a shit about them. But there's been times where, and like I make very clear that like I don't do long distance relationships. I don't do real internet romances. There's been some that live kind of close that and I've met. Oh man, I've met 7 people from this community. I've only done stuff with 2 of them, and I'm not going to name them. And Jilly can attest to this. When I make plans to meet with a woman, I'll ask, "Hey, do you want to keep this a secret, or can I go brag about it?" And the 2 that I've done things with from the beginning wanted it kept a secret, and I want to keep it that way. But sometimes, and it is my fault, but I have never tried to lead anybody on intentionally. But there were times where they thought that we were like more than we actually were, and it's not like I'm going and being like, "Oh, I love you, baby." I'm not, you're the one I talk to, and all this kind of, I'm not doing that.
Right.
And sometimes okay, man, this is hard to talk about. I feel like an asshole.
No, I think most people get it that you're in a certain role, and people would be women would be attracted to that. It's not a secret, dude. People get the dynamics here.
Well, I mean, I really do care about most of them, and there were some that I got really emotionally close to, and there have been a couple that maybe they just needed somebody to lean on for a while they're going through some shit in their married life or whatever. And I don't meet with married women. I'll flirt with them all day long, but I'm not going to be that guy.
Well, here's the thing. You can tell women up front what the deal is, and they can totally agree with it and be down with it and show you're an adult, they're an adult, you're taking them at face value. But, you know, when matters of the heart get involved. So how do you avoid this? How do you avoid the scorned lover thing, dude? How have I not seen women on other panels being like, Bill Powell did this to me?
Because there aren't any.
Why?
I don't creep on. They're trying to paint me a certain way that I'm not.
Yeah.
Yes, I've had fallings out. That's happened. But it wasn't. And there have been times where people felt like I led them on, which I take responsibility for that. But in my mind, like I've said repeatedly, I don't do long distance shit. I don't do like actual internet romances. That being said, I have gotten emotionally close to some of them, and I still am for some. But there have been times where, maybe they just need somebody to lean on for a while because they were having problems, and then like, and I start to feel, I start to really care about them, and then all of a sudden, like they don't need me anymore, which is totally fine, and we just stop talking. Like there's no arguments, there's no fallouts. That's cool. I hope that they're doing fine. Um, and then there's been kind of the other way where they have felt like I led them on, which I was never trying to, and I understand where they're coming from. Um, and it's weird because like they'll be cool with everything, like they know that I talk to a lot of females and they're cool with it, or they say they're cool with it. And then, but there's been times there was one time, man, like a year and a half ago, dude, I got to be careful I don't leave any clues to who they were, but two of them on the same day. I think I don't know, they must have been talking about something or whatever, but like there was never like any kind of, secret that we were talking or whatever. But on the same fucking day, they both send me these really long, not even texts that were like, I was so stupid. I thought you really cared for me, which I do care for them. I really do. That's never fake. And and like I like we still talk though. I mean, we still talk, not nearly as much, and we don't flirt anymore. Like I don't want to, you know what I mean? We still talk, we're still friends. It's just not the same. And I do feel bad when that kind of thing happens, but basically, if I can't go over to your house and fuck you 3 times a week, you're not my girlfriend.
Oh, wow.
That's just how it is. If we don't have a real thing, then
Yeah, but isn't that kind of dangerous? Like,
well, thank you, Dominique.
isn't that kind of dangerous? Because you mentioned that you've actually met women from the community in real life, but look at what
Yeah.
happened. Look at what happened to Kevin from CCC.
Yeah, but yeah. The thing about that is though they were saying that I said that he like full on raped her, and I never said that.
No, you gave a platform to a woman who told you she was in distress. Like, what are you supposed to do?
Right. The point is, like I could give a fuck less about we fucked, no, we don't get along anymore. I could give a fuck less about, dude, you would not believe how much shit like before and after has been brought to me, and they just want to fucking burn each other because things didn't go the way they wanted. And like if that's all it is, I'm not touching that shit. But the thing about that is like he was lying about ever even meeting her. Like he said that it never happened when I had screenshots. I had receipts to prove that it did. He was lying about all that at first. And when confronted with it, then he's like, okay, yeah, it did happen. I was lying about it because I didn't want this other girl I'm seeing to know. Well, the other girl knew about it already, so there was no reason to lie about it. You know what I mean? I just kept catching him and lie after lie after lie. And then when the stream happened, by then he had fessed up to a lot of it, right? So there was no point in saying, "Oh, he's lying about this," because by that time he'd been caught and he admitted to it. The only reason I no, there's two reasons really. One is because Ed called me up and said, "Hey, there's a problem here, but Kevin's my friend. I ain't touching it." And they already had her on the phone. It was a three-way call, and I'm like, okay. So part of the reason, and probably 60% of the reason, was I thought I was doing Ed a favor, which he later denounced me for, and then come up and apologize for it. So that was like 60% of the reason, and the other 40% was because she wanted him to use a condom. I hate condoms too. All right, but if she wants me to wear one, I'm either not fucking or I'm gonna wear one. Just kind of depends. Man, I just squirrel. But anyway, she wanted him to wear a condom, and he just refused and did his thing anyway. And
Well, what if she got pregnant, Bill?
she, I actually had I had a receipt. See, this was part of the proof, is I had a receipt for the morning after pill. I'm not kidding, man.
What does that get you? Like, then you don't have to pay child support, or?
No, the reason I had that receipt was because he was denying ever meeting her at first.
Oh.
And that was part of the
Okay.
Oh, dude, I had way more receipts than that. Like I had a receipt for Pringles, man. But no, I had receipts for the hotel bill and all this other shit. And I told everybody, hey, anybody wants to see this shit, I can't screen share, which made a big disadvantage. If anybody wants to see the proof, I will give it to you, no problem. The only person that asked me for it was a fucking troll account from Instagram. I went ahead and gave it to them, and I don't know if they did anything because I don't follow them back. But they're usually tearing me down. Yeah.
Well, so it's a little misleading how that broke down, because if Kevin had just told you the full story up front, then you wouldn't have delved deeper, right? Because you brought this woman out, she told her story, and then Kevin denied even knowing her, and you knew that was a lie. So
no, he didn't deny knowing her. At first, he denied meeting her. I don't think he denied knowing her, but at first he denied meeting her.
And you felt okay, I know that's not true. There must be something here. Let me show receipts. Right. And at this point, you're defending your own word, your own honor.
Right. And even then, like I wouldn't have said a damn thing about it. But that part where she wanted him to wear a condom, and he refused and fucked her anyway. That, like, when I meet with women, they know what the fuck I am, and we talk about it. Here's something else. Like some of the females that have come up, the panel cherries that I'm proud to have taken. I didn't really want anybody to know this because it kind of makes me look not as spontaneous, but like sometimes they'll hit me up like, hey, I want to come on your channel, but I'm really nervous. I'm like, just act like we're talking on the phone. You don't have to look at the chat. And sometimes I will actually ask them, hey, is it cool if I flirt with you? And like they already know what's going to happen. So, and there's been a couple times where they said no. You're the only one I trust, to do my first panel or whatever. And if they don't want to be flirted with, I just fucking don't. It's not that hard.
Okay, like on air, or
yes, on the air.
On air, right? Okay, because you're doing your show.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, if they don't want to be flirted with on air, then I don't flirt with them off the air either. You know what I mean? Because
so that's your maneuver. You say, do you want to be flirted with on air? And they say no, and you say, okay, cool, then I'll just keep it off air.
No, if they say no, then I don't flirt with them at all. Because some of them I've never, like, I've seen them in my chat, but I've never actually talked to them. Like Shark Bait. Shark Bait hit me up, and at first I thought she was, because these people are constantly trying to set me up. Like, they come in with fake female accounts and try to get me to, like, they try to trick me into sending dick pics and saying shit, but I just don't fall for it. And at first I thought that that's what she was, but I was wrong. So I was kind of being rude to her. But I found out that no, she was the real deal. And like, I'm like, hey, okay, cool. I'd love to have you on. And then I'll ask her, like, hey, is it cool if I flirt with you? And she's like, oh yeah, that's why I went up there. And okay. And then, you know, she came up a couple of times.
Well, that's cool that you ask, you know, because you could actually, you know, put them in a, even though they should know. Anyone who watches your show, like, that's part of it. That's like asking,
Right.
You know, Johnny Carson and Conan O'Brien flirt with the female guests, you know. Conan O'Brien does that,
Well,
you know, grrr thing.
The deal with them is like I remembered seeing them in my chat, but I couldn't remember them ever like flirting with me. You know what I mean? So I didn't know. And like not everybody wants to be flirted with. There are just some that like one of my deals is I love taking panel cherries, and there's been a few women, and like I got a couple of them still thinking about it right now. They'll come to me and they're like, hey, I'm going to go on a panel, but like, you're the only one I trust, you know, to do it. And it's not necessarily because they want to be flirted with. They just, for whatever reason, want to go on a panel and say some shit. You know what I mean? It's not always because they want to be flirted with her. See, and that's the thing. If a woman's cool with it, like, it's mostly the ones that are cool with it, to them, it's a compliment. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
and it's like it's kind of a good question. It helps you establish the vibe. Like, does this person want to come on and, you know, hang out with Bill Powell and do the show I normally do, or does this person want to come on and I'm giving them a platform to tell their a more serious story?
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Absolutely.
It helps you. Yeah. So that being said, I feel like if we, and I don't want to put, again, I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but I feel like Kevin would, if we asked him about this woman, he would repeat this sort of like vulgar, you know, adage that,
yeah, see, it's impossible.
You know,
it's impossible. Like, you can't have like a real adult conversation with him because he just fucking blah, 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 you know.
Do you know what I'm saying? He's going to say, you know, what men say all the time. Don't stick your dick in crazy.
Yeah, that's valid. That's valid advice. You know, what I told my sons is, all women are crazy. You just got to find the kind of crazy that you can gel with. You know.
Maybe that's why, you know, you don't have women coming after you like Kevin does. You know, like that was how I started this line of questioning. Is like, how do you not have people coming after you, Bill, when you're like an open you're like an open sleaze bag, you know?
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. It's because they don't exist. But yes, that there have been a couple that, you know, tried to say shit like that, but they only show like a part of our conversation. They don't show that we fucking flirted for 2 years straight, and now all of a sudden they have a boyfriend and they're scared he's gonna find out because we were still flirting while they were together. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So they try to put it all off on me to, you know. So yeah, and I just there's certain things that I could post and I really don't want to, so I haven't. But if they keep pushing that certain narrative, at some point I'm probably gonna have to.
I noticed you've said things like that like several times tonight. So like,
mm-hmm.
You know, you get a lot of shit. I see all the shit you get, and it's almost like a thing where like if people only knew what you were sitting
on. I don't want it to come across like that. All right, hold on 1 second, please.
What was Bill Powell's ringtone? Did anyone hear it? We only got a couple notes.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, if I wanted to be a dick, I could just throw some shit out there, or if I just wanted fucking attention, dude. Oh man, there is shit that if I just wanted views or whatever, that if I put out, man, fucking there'd be 500 people in here all at the same time. You know, not really that many, but you know what I mean. It's just because of like these people are like pretty well known around the community and stuff, and like I don't want to go there. but
Well, you tend to get lumped in with the trashy drama panels, but
well, I mean, I am a
you
trashy
actually
drama panel. I just didn't want to be one, you know.
yeah, you're reluctant. Which there's a difference there. You know, you're not eager for it. I notice a lot of time you go live, you're like, I'm doing this because people wouldn't leave me alone.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like I just hate fucking being lied about, and most of the time I don't even address it. Like I really do not watch much of this shit. People keep me, updated or send me clips or whatever. Um, but yeah, like I turned off notifications for non-use a while back, and a bunch of others.
I don't even
Um,
I don't even know why Nunya's mad at you. Like I heard you say that Nunya's lied about you several times. I don't know why she's upset with you.
I think she's a power freak. I think she saw a community that, I mean, she always thinks that she's the smartest in the room, right? And I think she saw a community, um, and I think she thought she would just waltz in and kind of take control of things, and it didn't happen as easy as she thought. And like, I'm not really trying. I don't really want another fucking war. But here's another deal: is she has some hangers on that used to be my hangers on, and I cut them loose because like they would want me to back me up. They would want me to back them up on some shit that I knew wasn't true. And yes, you might be like a friend or whatever, but I don't want to back you up on a lie because it's my name out there too. Even though, as much as people have tried to trash my name, um, a lot of the shit's just not true. And then there's one that like she was backing me up hardcore on some shit. Gave me screenshots, dude. If you have screenshots from a Discord from fucking 3 years ago, I think you're fucking weird. As much as it's helped me out, but if you go around screenshotting everything, it's helped me out tremendously. But I think you're fucking weird. So she was giving me screenshots of this particular person on our Discord from like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. I don't remember. I'd be like, oh yeah, she was this, she was that. And then the minute I cut her loose, she fucking completely flips, and all of a sudden I was the asshole and the other girl was. I mean, it's fucking weird, man. Yeah, I just don't need that kind of thing around me, so I've cut some people loose. And they're just hangers on. They go wherever they can to snuggle up to people, to get onto panels or to get attention or whatever. And they completely. And again, if somebody likes Tommy, I don't care. We've done what we can to educate them, and people can make their own decision. I have friends, and here's something else that pisses me off: is I have people that I talk to. One in particular, like they are deathly afraid that anybody will find out that we even talk, because they're hardcore Tommy supporters, and they've seen what happens to people that talk to me. And I think that's wrong. It's just this whole two sides thing. I watch this community divide, man. Like I watched it in real time and in slow motion, and I just fucking hate it. That's another reason why my channel's not, a fucking. If I gave a shit about views and shit, I would talk way more about Tommy than what I allow on here. I just don't like that whole divide thing. It's bullshit. People get attacked and doxxed over it, on both sides.
Well, Bill, I appreciate the convo. I feel like you are a misunderstood guy after talking with you tonight, and we've talked several times before. I feel like I've known you for a long time, but I feel like yeah, I learned. You don't often get a chance to say what I don't know.
Well, it's because I don't really give a fuck that much. I have my own channel. I can go live anytime and explain shit. But I just don't really give a fuck.
Yeah, well, yeah. What are you gonna do? Go and be like, hey, here's my opinion on what JT Colfax did to Nunya. Like, that's it's.
Well, there's a difference too. Like you talked to me, even though you asked me some very uncomfortable questions, you did it without yelling and in a respectful way. So that will get you way farther than me than coming up and barking at me. And I'm gonna come knock on your door. Like, I know you're not, motherfucker. Shut the fuck up. It's like so a lot of people just can't have a conversation without getting all bent out of shape and shit.
Well, the next panel that Nunya's on, I'm going to bring to her the stuff I learned from my convo with you. And I'm going to find out, I'm
That's
really
fine.
genuinely curious to know what she has to say. Like, why do you dislike Bill Powell so bad? I want to hear her articulate that. Like, after talking to you, I want to know what specifically about you she finds so offensive, because she is mad at you. That's
Sure.
that's the impression I got. Is she?
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. She's nasty. Nasty to me.
All right. I'll
And if she says, "Well, he never sent me the screenshots," it's because she told me to stop sending her stuff. That I can't remember which panel it was, but it's still up and it should still be in the chat. But when a female tells me to stop sending her stuff, I ain't never sending her nothing again. I don't care if it proves my point or not. It's just not happening. So
right. She was by showing the screenshot, she was trying to prove that you were this like overbearing bully blackmailer when one man's overbearing bully blackmailer is another's righteous crusader. Like, show
righteous
show
crusader.
yeah, show it in the full context is all I'm asking. Yeah.
Right. Well, that was another thing
let the
is
people make their,
I'm sure you know about the Red Hood stuff. That it's been fucking rehab. Like, I don't even know how many times, but like he told her all that stuff from his side, and he doesn't tell the whole truth. I'm not saying he was lying, but he doesn't tell everything, or he tells it in a certain way to get sympathy or whatever. We've gone round and round about it a bunch of times, and I thought it was settled like 5 times. I even took down, like, I had some shit up, about him being an asshole on the dramagram. I took it all down, supposedly to kind of like, I told him I don't want to be your friend, but we can just bury the hatchet or whatever. But no, he has to keep dragging it through it. Like, every time we've gone at it, like, the community in general, like 90% of the chat has always been on my side. But then he went on Nanya's and was barking his shit, and people are telling me, "Hey, you need to go on Nanya's." I'm like, I don't want to fucking go on there. So, but I did, and I was trying to explain to her what was going on, and she's all, "Bah, bah, 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 bah," and she kicked me before I had a chance to really explain everything. And then she tried. This is what started us, really going at each other. Then she tried to say that I rage quit, which I don't think I've ever rage quit in my life. I'm too stubborn for that. And then she got caught lying about that and caught lying about some other shit. And yeah, she don't like that I call her out on her lies.
well, here's where we get into kind of what are the rules of engagement exactly, because it sounds like you're saying you had some personal information about Red Hood.
Yes.
Red Hood was behaving in a way that was out of bounds. So you messaged him and you said, "Listen, I have some personal information about you.
Mm-hmm.
Cool it."
Which I wish I had something else to get him to knock it off. I really do. I don't like that I did that. But like, there was a girl that I was dating at the time, which, even though a lot of people, she's been on my Instagram, people heard her voice on Locksmiths. Red Hood says she doesn't exist, but like, she's not really part of this community. She would just kind of go, to show me support. But she went to Ed's channel to see if I was there, and I wasn't. But people were talking about their stories, their rape stories. And she said, like, she had never talked about it in public before. I knew the story, but she was talking about it, and then a couple of other people, like, they all messaged me at the same time. Red Hood is mocking us for, we're telling our stories. And like, if I'm in a bar and you grab my woman's ass, I'm going to find the heaviest thing I can and swing it at you. And it's kind of the same thing. I found the heaviest thing I could and I swung it at him. Which, I mean, I wish I had something else. I really do wish that part didn't happen. But I don't regret standing up for people. You know what I mean? And he had a history of disrespecting people's victim stories and stuff. That's what the post I had wrote about him. You know, and I
Yeah.
deleted all that shit. I don't know if I have it anymore or not somewhere, but yeah, I do wish that it had went different. But when people know everything in the whole context, like every other time, I've had the community support on that. Not 100%, but the majority. Like if you watch the chats and stuff when we were going at it, the majority of the people in the chat were on my side. But he got to go up on Nanya's, and you know, there's a bunch of new people that don't really know what's happened in the past. And of course, he told the story from his perspective. And, you know, so everybody was automatically against me, and so was she. And I went up there and was trying to not clear things up, but you know, trying to inform them of some stuff that he neglected to say. You know, and she cut me off. I never got that chance. So, yeah.
So yeah, okay, I see why you've kind of developed the opinion where it doesn't really matter what you say, it doesn't matter how hard you work to vindicate yourself. They've decided that you are the enemy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Nanya, she just wants like to control people. Like I am a people watcher, you know, and I always have been, and my intuition's always been very good, you know, not perfect, but very good. And yeah, I mean, like she brought people, like she brought people with her that will back her up no matter what. And I'm not going to name names, but I think at least one of them knows that if he doesn't, his life's going to be miserable. You know, and then again, like she has some of the same hangers on that used to be my hangers on, and I cut ties with them. So now they've completely flipped, and they're telling her shit, and
Oh
yeah,
shit, you do
and then
have
there's a bunch of new people, you know, in the chats and stuff that just don't know what's happened. So I don't really blame them for hating me because they're just going on the information that they have, and they just don't know, you know.
So why has she resonated with so many people in such a short period of time? Is it she is charismatic?
I don't feel like she's necessarily charismatic, but you know, a lot of it is like she buys people off with wrenches, and dude, I've had people directly tell me this, that in the, you know, in the chats, or you know, they're always like, yeah, you know, they just fucking go along with whatever she wants, even though they know it's wrong, and it's because they're either trying to get a wrench or they're afraid of losing their wrench, because she uses that to control people, and I think that's, I don't know, I got my own opinions about that, but um, and then like these panels that run dragging panels, you know, hers, caps, people are afraid to speak out or even afraid to speak their mind, that doesn't go along with them because they're afraid of getting dragged. um, you know, like, you know, not everybody's built for that. I mean, you can drag me all day long, I don't give a fuck, but there are certain people that just can't handle it, which is understandable. And yeah, it's just a fucking control thing.
Well, there is a bloodthirsty element of this community.
Oh yeah.
Right, the way people, you know, regardless of what you think about Gen A, and I know she pisses people off, she's annoyed me at times, but I've watched the dynamic sometimes, and it almost seems like people become, I don't know, like mindless sort of drones, and it's just like attack, and it doesn't, and you just, I don't know how to put it. It's, do you know what I'm talking about? When
Yeah.
the piling on, and the people feed on each other, and they start to
Mhm.
not even.
Oh yeah, there is very much a herd mentality around here, and sometimes it really gets negative. Oh yeah, you're 100% right.
So Nunya is pretty tough, and she satisfies that demographic that wants the blood. That wants the blood. Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It gets attention.
So she's just filling a market need.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Or she's taking advantage of a market need.
This is what I was going to ask you before, and I think it maybe kind of relates to Nanya. We watched her, from a shy, woman. She comes on to press Sabby, and I saw people get behind her because people hated Sabby so much.
Right. Yes, you're correct.
Yeah, and even I did not like Sabby at the time. Not that I like her now, but
No, I
at the
understand.
time,
I get it.
at the time when to see someone come on and drag Sabby was very cathartic to me, and I appreciated Nunya for that.
Sure.
But I feel like the next time I came back to the community, she had a whole little army around her, and she was like a whole different.
Right.
She had influence, and so Bill, as someone who has been accused of running a cult. That's what I was getting at earlier. You start with the best of intentions. You can't help that people sort of follow you and believe in you, and they want things from you and whatever. How do you know when you have a cult? Like, how does someone know? Like, what are you supposed to do about it? Like, these people follow you. You didn't ask for it.
Right. That was never my intention. But okay, I will tell you this. I have used this place as a kind of as an experiment because I like to watch people and figure out how people work. Not how the textbooks say, but how people actually work. Um, and there is a herd mentality, which I have taken advantage of just to see if, like, sometimes, like, I always used like the truth or use things that could only hurt me, just to see if it would work. You know, and it is pretty easy to take advantage of that. Now, as far as a cult thing goes, that's more of a long term thing. And yes, there are people that have supported me from all the way back to like the first time I talked about being chained up under T. Coy's sink. You know, so I've always had people that would support me. There are people that even if I told a big old lie, there are people that would still support me no matter what. Um, and I love those people. And there are people that have always supported me, but if I was wrong about something, they're sure to let me know. Not necessarily publicly, but I've had my ass ripped in DMs many times by people.
And you're still friends with them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because most of the time I really did fuck up. And sometimes I don't agree with them, but like we're not gonna not be friends because we have a disagreement, But those are the people that I like to be surrounded by. Not that I don't appreciate the people that will support me. If I fucking killed my brother, they would still, you know what I mean? I very much appreciate those people. But what I try to, I've made jokes for a long time about having handlers, and I was told that Nadia is talking about my handlers now. I do have handlers. I mean, there are people that fucking are never in chats that are constantly giving me information. And that's part of how I come up with a lot of this stuff. And sometimes when I'm live, I can only see like the first message. I can't open my text without getting kicked off. But so they try to jam it all in one line, and sometimes I misunderstand and repeat it wrong. But yeah, I like to surround myself with people that, of course, support me. But if I'm wrong, I don't want them, to be like nice people and just fucking, be like baby seals and you know what I mean? That's what she's got. People will never tell her if she's wrong. But my handlers will damn sure let me know if I fuck up.
That's part of being a good friend, I think.
And,
but
yeah, a good friend will tell you, hey, you might not want to do this because you're going to end up looking stupid. You know what I mean?
Right. So, Cat Eyes, Christy, meow, like not to call people out by name, but just saying it's endless support and okay, everyone deserves someone who in their life. Who cares? I'm not going to lecture like that. I'll just ask you one person who I've really come to really start to like is PHI Sammy Joe.
Yeah.
And are you guys still friends or?
We're cordial as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. I was just curious about
We
that.
are like I mean, I've talked to Gabby a lot more than I've talked to Sammy, but we used to talk quite a bit, but we just don't talk anymore.
Oh, you had some contentious times with Gabby on your show, no? Okay.
Yeah, but it was brought about by like other people's bullshit is what caused it. It wasn't really even between us. It was other people's bullshit that caused problems. What's up, White Dove? Good to see you. I mean, there's a whole bunch of shit that I'm not going to talk about, but yeah.
Well, I appreciate your time, Bill.
All right, man. No problem.
Yeah, thanks, man. It was it was a good convo, and you're cool if I go stir up some shit with Nanya about what you said, and then bring back what she said to you.
No, that's fine, dude. I don't care.
It
I
might
said
be
what I
more
said,
productive.
and I'll back it up.
Well, face to face, you guys just don't, things get too heated and emotional, and that happens sometimes. So you need an intermediary.
Well,
That's what I'm here for.
I can stay calm, but when other people are barking at me, then I have to raise my voice to be heard over them. If they can just have a civil conversation, like you and me talking tonight, you asked me some hard questions, but you were calm and cool about it. You weren't accusatory, and you kept your tone civil, which caused me to be civil. You see how that works, people? Okay, let's had Nani been asking me the exact same questions, she would have been all fucking hyped up about it and accusatory and blah blah blah, and I'd have been like, "Fuck you," you know.
She would have called you a bitch 15 times.
Oh yeah.
And still expected you to answer the question.
Right. Yeah. As soon as I defend myself, he's like, "Oh, he's being disrespectful." It's like, what the fuck? Yeah. If you're an asshole to me, I'm going to be a little bit disrespectful.
All right, man. Thanks, Bill. I'll talk to you soon. Have a good night, dude.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Peace. Later, chat.
If I invite Nanya on the island, we should take a vote. Well, the thing about that is there are people that it doesn't matter whose chat they're in, and it's totally cool, but there are people that it doesn't matter whose chat they're in, they will support that person. You know what I mean? They'll talk shit about Nanya here and prop me up, but then they'll go to Nanya's chat and talk shit about me and prop her up. There are people that just do that, and that's fine. And there are people that, and I don't really know what their intentions are, but like they'll be, hey man, I was talking shit about you last night, but I was just trying to, blah blah blah, so she don't take my ranch or whatever, So and that's fine too. I don't care. I don't really watch the shit, so. No side is a good side to be on. Yeah. No, I don't disagree. That's why I keep saying I'm not really on a side. I'm on an island by myself, I just got, because I don't like Tommy, I got, lumped into a category. And it sucks because it makes you feel like you can't be friends with certain people because they're not on this side, you know? And like I said, I talk to people regularly that they're deathly afraid that, I mean, like fucking sometimes freaked out afraid that the other side's going to find out that we even talk, you know? And one of them, uh, she called me one night all freaked out because I'm the only one that knows her real name. And she said, "Did you tell anybody my name?" I'm like, "No." Why would I? No. And she was all freaked out because in a DM, Jeff had told her that she was going to be doxxed, but he stopped it somehow. And like when she told me that, I'm like, "Did you did you consider the source before you called me?" And she was just freaked out because she is that afraid that people are going to find out who she is. And yeah, I mean, dude, there are people that really fucked me over, and I know their identities, but I'm never gonna fucking put it out there, you know. And people that are saying that I threatened to expose somebody's nudes, that is 100% bullshit. I've never threatened to expose anybody's nudes, and I never would. You know, whether you people like it or not, um, people do trust me. I mean that's part of why they. I mean, as much as I've said, hey, I don't want to really be a part of the underground shit anymore. People still come to me fairly regularly with stuff, and if I can help, I will. You know, it doesn't always need to be publicized. Dominique Rod was already insane, and y'all, I'm sorry, it's hard to blab and listen and read the chat all at the same time, so I just haven't been reading it for a while. So if you said something to me and I didn't respond, I do apologize. It's not intentional. Kurt and Jeff should make out on Bill's panel. No, thank you. I'll pass. Bill was the mayor. Oh, somebody fucking. No, it was the one, I think. Dude, it was the one that was saying that the one we were talking about earlier. I really don't want to say her name, but um, the one that was like, oh, he was gonna or he doxed me and all this, you know, that one. Yeah, she used to call me Mayor Bill too, and I think it's hilarious. Wouldn't it be better? Oh shit, it moved. Wouldn't it be better to give those people advice of keeping their info secret? Yeah, I do, LB. I fucking like, especially if somebody's new, you know. I mean, that's something else. Like new people, not so much anymore, but like they would hit me up and like if they really wanted to help, like sometimes they would be like, "Hey, here's my information. I want you to run me so that you know that I'm not a pedo." And I'm like, I, you know, but yeah, that's happened a bunch of times too. But yes, there are people still around today. Well, you know, like my girlfriend that doesn't exist, that everybody's heard her voice. Um, the reason she got associated with us was because she did a lot of work for a homeless shelter, and she was telling me about a web developer was going to charge them, I don't remember, like $8,000 or some shit to make a website that did what they needed. I'm like, I can make you a Discord for free, but she wasn't familiar with Discord, so I brought her into one of the just one of the fun ones to show her how it operated. So I wound up making her, making them a Discord for their homeless shelter or whatever. That's how she really got affiliated with people. But I was like, if you're going to start talking to people, just make a totally new Instagram, like never give anybody your real name. Yeah. So, but yeah, I still see people floating around in here that that told me who they were a long time ago, and they're still under assumed accounts. And then there's people I've told I don't want to fucking know your name because if it ever gets out, you know what I mean. I don't want to be a suspect. Hey, what's up, Bill Evans? Oh, you missed a hell of a discussion earlier. We were talking about how in the 80s, the Satanic Panic, and how they were trying to censor music and stuff. Yeah, I have Dead Twist. Like I have the behind the scenes dick pics of Dead Twist, and I'm not gonna lie, I feel proud. I It was a creep when he goes up on her panels. She had to ask a locksmith to make a lock. Interesting. Like some people use their full name on Instagram. Yeah, yeah. When I see that, like, I'll tell them, hey, you might want to change that. Also, like if you donate through your Cash App, unless you change it, um, even if you don't use your name on the tag, when you donate money to people, they can still see your real name unless you change it. So, uh, if you donate and you want to keep your identity a secret, you might want to change that. Just saying. Yes, Rod, I did in fact get those pictures and I stapled them to my wall. I had them printed out and blown up. It actually kind of creates that infinity effect if you make them big enough. I know it's wild. You learn all these lessons about 6 months too late. Yeah, that's the thing, man. Unless you have like a real reason, like just even if you think you're friends with somebody, because people can flip on you on a dime, and either dox you or uh, threaten to dox you. Which that individual we were talking about earlier, that's exactly what happened, and that's why I went after her. Nanya sold her hemorrhoids. Hey, I bet they had a lot of bids too. All right, y'all. Unless somebody else wants to come up and bullshit, or you got something else you want to talk about, I'm gonna hang this up pretty soon. I think I've given away enough state secrets for one night. You had somebody calling your family member, LB? Damn. Wow, that's not cool. Do you mind telling me who it was, if you even know? See, that's the thing though, is there are some incompetent doctors because I've never hidden my real name. Like my YouTube channel used to have my real name in it. My Instagram has my real name on it. Those motherfuckers still can't dox me right. They keep doxing the wrong Bill Powells. They left a message on your holy shit. And you're positive it came from here, LB? Yeah, that's man. The thing is, though, once you're doxxed, I mean, in a way, it's kind of freeing because like nobody can threaten to dox you again. You know what I mean? It's already out there, and once it's been done, it's like they can't do it again. I mean, they can, but it won't matter after that point. You know. You know, Vic said he was calling actually my parents' neighbors, but like I know all of my parents' neighbors, and none of them ever said anything. So I think he was calling the wrong Bill Powell's neighbors. And I guess he was telling them that I was snorting Ambien, which I've never snorted an Ambien. Uh, they don't fit up the straw. But yeah, I don't think that would work very well. Um, and he said I was snorting Ambien and like walking through the cornfields, which that I I have taken Ambien and woken up in some cornfields. It's happened. But he's calling people's neighbors and telling them this shit. Thing is, though, if it's the Bill Powell that I think he was calling about, that Bill Powell's in a wheelchair, so that dude ain't walking through no fields. Hey, what's up, good nurse? Glad to see you around, man. I tell Lisa they're not a Jesus. Dude, I have had so many fake Bill Powell Instagram accounts and YouTube. There's been a bunch of them. See, that's something else is like they'll make a fake Bill Powell account and hit other people up, and you can tell that it's a fake account because they've got like no followers and no posts. Um, but like they'll say some fucked up shit and try to make it look like it was me, and or they'll make a fake Bill Powell account and a fake somebody else account and make it look like I'm having a conversation with a different person. Yeah, it's fucked up. So yeah, I've never I don't ever ask for nudes. I just don't. The ones that have sent them have just kind of wanted to. And I will not hit up your DMs and ask you for money either. That was something else. Like I started getting like $5, $10 donations like all at once, and I hadn't been live for a couple of days. I'm like, what the fuck? So I reached out to the people to thank them and ask them what it was for, and they're like, oh, you came into my DMs and you said you needed some help. I'm like, that wasn't me. They let me keep the money, but yeah. So they do shit like that. I will never come into your DMs and ask you for money. Like if I was starving to death, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, Bill Evans, you are an anomaly. One of the rare people that can go anywhere in this community and not get fucked with. I gotta know your secret. You used to be a Bill Powell troll account. You probably were. There's been a bunch of them. I like my troll accounts, like Bill's cocaine stash, and there's a bunch of them. But even the nasty ones, I still like. The ones that I don't like are the ones that make an exact copy, and then they go into other people's chats and make it look like I said shit I never said. That pisses me off. Well, now that I've said that, it's going to happen again. Yeah, it's just real easy to make a fake account. I mean, Nevermore did that to me. he argued with me because he made it pulling the string without the S on the end, but he used my fucking picture, and yeah, then he refused to change it for a while. He was going into people's chats and making it look like I was saying shit I never said. You know, and like he's not the only one. Like some of these screenshots floating around, they're like, "Oh, Bill Powell said this." They weren't really me. If they were me, I'll claim it. You know, I don't care if it makes me look like an asshole because I am an asshole. Is it true he's going to blackmail Ray? I don't know. I I don't know who you mean by he, and I do not know. I know that people have information that Ray wouldn't want out. That much I do know, but I don't know anything about blackmailing. There's really no reason to blackmail Ray. I mean, unless they're using it to keep him away, um, which is possible, but also um, kind of kind of bullshit. I don't know. LB is better looking than Bobby Joe. I'll have to agree with that. Oh, somebody remind me to like. I don't usually change the names of the streams, and makes it hard to find things, both for me and other people. But all right, I can see people asking me if they can play my stream, but I don't know who the hell you. I don't know. Somebody IG'd me, but I don't know who the hell that is. I'll answer you back. Like if you're somebody I know and like, then yeah, you can reuse it. But Kurt is better looking than Savvy. I'm gonna sit this one out. Y'all can argue about that. I see Rod yelling at Canadian royalty, but why can I not see Canadian royalty in here? I don't see. I see Rod Plumber saying shit to Canadian royalty, but I don't see her in here. I don't know. I don't. Maybe Rod is just that drunk. Who knows? If he is, I'm envious. Yeah, I see people. Rod, like, all right, can somebody, oh man, I know I'm going to get two different answers. Uh, can somebody that won't fuck with me tell me if they can see Canadian royalty? Because I should be able to. I'm supposed to be able to see everybody, but I don't see her in here. What is up, Section 15? How you doing? Here's somebody that'll give me a straight answer. Dude, do you see Canadian royalty in here? All right, Jamie says nope. Okay. Yeah, Jamie would give me a straight answer also. She's cool. Canadian blocked you. Oh man, LB, dude, if you're selling your bathwater in my chat, I better get a cut because somebody's interested. Oh, Canadians. See, I can't see when somebody gets banned or timed out or whatever. Hey, you can't ban people just because you don't like them. So that's what it is because on here, well, no, I should still be able to. I don't know. Yeah, mod, you can't ban people for personal reasons. If they're doxing or making threats or calling somebody a pedo without proof, then you can ban whoever. But uh, is Ghost Kitty still looking at me with love? Ghost Kitty, if Ghost Kitty sees me coming, she still will take off. Uh, but if I can sneak up on her and just start petting her, then she won't. But I wouldn't say she looks at me with love. I think she looks at me with, oh shit, he's gonna put me on the grill or something. What's up, Kenny G? Did I say hello to you earlier? All right, yeah, sorry, y'all. I've missed a whole bunch of comments because it's hard to read and blab at the same time. You think it was a pocket ban? All right, cool. Yeah, just unban people if that's the case. It's hard to be mad at people for like, dude, I couldn't even tell you how many times I've accidentally timed people out or banned people. Oh man, like years ago, I wasn't really that experienced as a mod. Like this community is the first time I ever had a wrench. Alex actually gave me my first wrench, but I was in Moose's and I accidentally banned somebody. And at the time, I didn't know that you could unban them. So I'm totally freaking out because I was sitting there nodding off and my thumb, banned somebody. But so like I'm messaging Moose's DM and all. I'm like, oh man, yeah, but somebody unbanned that person and it was cool. I didn't know you could unban them like that. And YouTube just put out a whole bunch of new ways to time people out. Like you can time people out for 10 seconds. Like what's the point? Or you can time them out for it's like between 10 seconds and 24 hours. But if you're gonna time somebody out here, just like do the standard 5 minutes or whatever. Somebody needs a good banning, then go ahead. Oh, and like if you've been banned and you don't think it was right, you can hit me up and we'll talk about it because sometimes that happens by accident. And I've accidentally taken people's wrenches. So you don't think there's a good reason why I took your wrench, hit me up and we'll talk about it because I accidentally did it to a couple of people, and one of them just hit me up and was like, "Hey, you know, they did something wrong," and I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And then one of them just didn't even ask. She just went on panels and started trashing me. So she can get fucked. Yeah, see, these the catchers, like the OG catchers, um, the biggest reason they started giving me wrenches is because I would say the fucked up shit that I like to say and get timed out, and like I would, you know, well, like Courtney hit me up. She's like, "Hey, is it okay if I mod you?" I'm like, "Yeah, can I make ball gag jokes?" And like, nobody, I don't think anybody ever said no, except for maybe one. But yeah, the whole reason I started getting modded was because I was saying the fucked up things that I say, and somebody would time me out or ban me, and they didn't want me to time me out or ban. So yeah, and then once you start getting wrenches, then it kind of snowballs, and newer channels say, "Oh yeah, they're wrenched everywhere else." So here's, you know what I mean? It just goes from there. Tommy used to burn his sons. Oh hey, um, don't make accusations of child abuse if you don't know it to be a fact, please. Was it you feel justified? I'm not sure what you. No, LB. When I took your wrench, it was intentional. I think you know why. Shit, I used to be I forget what you call it. Damn it, I had the big wrench on your channel at one time, LB. So it was tit for tat, heavy on the tip. The goal of socialism is communism. Yeah, socialism sounds good in theory, but it never works. You know, the communist Karl Marx, the Communist Manifesto, the Marxism shit. Um, like that shit don't even sound good on paper, and people want to run to it. Never, yeah, I'm pretty sure you did, LB. Maybe not. I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't know. You got, yeah, I know you got banned, but you're unbanned now. Right on, Rod. Yeah, I just don't abuse your wrench, then there won't be a problem. That's the number one reason why I pull wrenches is because people abusing them. And sometimes it's because you might be two faced, or I might just decide I don't fucking like you anymore. But yeah, you're right. People put way too much. Like yeah, I just don't get it. People put way too much. I don't know. Wrenches are a weird thing. You know, people just they feel way too strongly about it. You know. I mean, I could give a fuck less whether I have a wrench or not, but like when one gets taken and like you don't know why, which happened to me once, and I didn't go around trashing her about it. I was like, hey, did I do something wrong? And you know, it was an accident, so she gave it back. But I was just curious as to if I had done something and didn't realize it, because that's entirely possible. Chuckles should stop. Yeah, Chuckles ain't funny. And something that I see happening quite a bit is the channel owners, they kind of, not really blackmail, but bully or what. Like they use wrenches to control people. It's like they make it so that uh, if you disagree with them or just don't go along with their complete bullshit, they'll take your wrench. And I think that that's bullshit. Or they dangle wrenches in front of people. If you do this, I'll give you a wrench, you know. With me, there's only one way to get a wrench here. You got to send nudes. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Man, I'm going to have that song stuck in my head, and I'm going to be thinking about that movie, Night at the Roxbury. Man, I must have seen Night at the Roxbury 300 times because my kids used to watch it. Yeah, and then kind of depending on the situation, you know, people that demand like if I have a problem, if I don't like somebody, even if, you know, if I'm rich, I just stop watching them instead of going in there repeatedly, you know. And I guess telling somebody to take your wrench kind of makes a statement sometimes, but people make way too big of a deal out of that too, you know. Yes, Gila, that is a fact. You only have a wrench because you look good nude. That is a fact. "40 days and 40 nights of constant tweaking." Man, that's some biblical shit right there. That's deep. All right, y'all. I feel like I'm being boring as fuck right now, so I am gonna hang this up. I would give you your money back, but I'm a greedy son of a bitch. Jeff is so cringe. And with that statement, we will close because it's the most intelligent goddamn thing I've seen all night. All right, y'all. I appreciate you showing up, and I even appreciate Mitch Richmond tonight. You know, usually I can't stand the guy, but every once in a while he's okay. All right, y'all. peace out, stay safe, and above all else, stay naked.